Chapter 344. Lawyer Jean, you're finally here. Zhang Baochen almost jumped out of the door and hugged Jean Dazhuang's arm. Hurry up and help me. Help me. Lawyer Jean smiled and comforted him. Don't worry, Mr. Zhang. I'll do my best to help you. He then turned to the police officers at the door. I'm a lawyer from the sovereign law firm. I'm representing my client. May I ask why you're looking for him? The police officers looked at each other and took out the form. This is Mr. Zhang's asset verification form. He needs to sign here to facilitate our investigation. Lawyer Jean took the form and looked at it for a while. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. May I ask why you're asking my client to sign this form? Because he's a shareholder of Deshang Industries Limited. Deshang Industries is insolvent, and the creditors want to pursue them. We've been entrusted by the creditors to help verify his assets. The police officers were still very polite to Lawyer Jean and spoke in professional terms. Lawyer Jean smiled and adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses again. He shook his head meaningfully. I'm sorry, we won't sign this form. Also, Deshang Industries' insolvency has nothing to do with my client. Please stop harassing him. What did you say? Nothing to do with him. The policemen were very surprised. They looked at each other, exchanged glances, and asked again, Are you sure? He's a shareholder of the company. Yes. Lawyer Jean took a few steps forward and put his hands behind his back. Deshang Industries Ltd. is a limited liability company. Every shareholder bears limited liability for the company based on their capital contributions. The legal person of the company bears full liability for the company's debts with all of the company's assets. If the company needs to be liquidated and becomes insolvent, the shareholders are not jointly liable and do not need to use their assets to pay off the company's debts. May I ask why you're asking my client to sign this form? Well said. Lawyer Jean, well said. I knew there was a problem. Zhang Baochen was very happy with his decision. Although the police officers knew a little about the law, they obviously couldn't argue with an old fox like Lawyer Jean on this issue. They discussed quietly and said to Lawyer Jean, All right, we'll go back and ask our superiors what to do. Then they looked at Zhang Baochen. Sorry for disturbing you, Mr. Zhang. After the police left, Zhang Baochen was in complete awe of Lawyer Jean. He almost worshipped him like a Buddha and strongly requested him to stay for dinner. Zhang Qing and Zhao Liangshan were also impressed by Lawyer Jin's ability to make the police leave with just a few words. They kept urging him to drink during dinner. In the afternoon, Hu Xiaoheng was in the study of his official residence when he received a call from the police station. He frowned after hearing it. He didn't want the people in the army to know too much about this, so he didn't ask the people from the military's legal department. The military audit office was auditing Deshang Industries Limited. They only knew that this company was connected to Zhang Feng, and that Zhang Feng was indeed using grandfather Hua's name to make money. But using grandfather Hua as head nurse or Hua as to Hua's mistresses Hua. As he could. Jean was. As can Jean. As. He. Hu Xiaoheng didn't want it to escalate if he could limit the damage to a certain level. Zhang Feng was a smart person. She had already thought it through, so she wouldn't expose her relationship with grandfather Hua. But others might not be the same. Now that there was a lawyer involved, he might not be able to keep it under wraps. Therefore, this matter had to be resolved quickly. Hu Xiaoheng only hesitated for a minute before calling Gu Nianji. Nianji, come to the study. Gu Nianji had just woken up from her afternoon nap and was in a daze. She immediately woke up when she received Hu Xiaoheng's call. I'll be right there. Hu Xiao, what's the matter? Gu Nianji sat across his desk and smiled at him. Hu Xiaoheng told her about the call. It's not that I don't have a way to deal with this, but I don't want others to know too much. Gu Nianji understood. Her eyes sparkled like the stars in the sky. I understand. I can help you. Hua Xiao, let me deal with Lawyer Jean. You can deal with him. Hua Xiaoheng raised his eyebrows in surprise. He hadn't even told her his reason, and Gu Nianji had already thought of a way. Of course. Gu Nianji smiled and raised her chin. She said arrogantly and coquettishly, I want to make Jean Dazhuang lose wholeheartedly again. I want him to avoid me whenever he sees me in the future. I want him to have a phobia. Hua Xiaoheng laughed at her words. He stood up and patted her head. Good. Take a look at this document. Tomorrow, you'll represent the military to negotiate with Zhang Baochun's lawyer. Once Zhang Baochun was taken care of, the rest would be easy. No problem. Gu Nianji grabbed Hua Xiaoheng's hand. I'll go back and study it. Don't worry, Hua Xiao. I have plenty of experience negotiating with Lawyer Jean. Hua Xiaoheng smiled. He couldn't help patting her head again as he watched her leave. After she left, Hua Xiaoheng asked the police to arrange another meeting with Lawyer Jean and Zhang Baochun. He also asked Zhao Liangzi to prepare the car for tomorrow morning. Gu Nianji woke up early in the morning of the third day of the Lunar New Year. Hua Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangzi drove to the sovereign descent law firm. Lawyer Jean was Zhang Baochun's lawyer now. If they wanted to talk to Zhang Baochun, they had to talk to Lawyer Jean. Hua Xiaoheng didn't go up. He sat in the car and waited for her. Gu Nianji walked into the elevator with Zhao Liangzi. The sovereign descent law firm was on the 36th floor of the building. When Gu Nianji entered, she saw that the wall beside the door was engraved with shiny black letters. It read, Sovereign Descent Law Firm. Next to the black name was an embossed statue of the Goddess of Justice. It was the Sovereign Descent Law Firm's logo. The goddess's face was covered with a black mask and her eyes were blindfolded. She held a scale in one hand and a long sword in the other. During her first law class, her professor had talked about the statue of justice. The scale symbolized fairness and justice. The long sword symbolized the use of force to punish criminals. The face covered with a black mask symbolized equality, objectivity, non-partiality, and the spirit of the rule of law. Gu Nianji looked deeply at the logo, then walked in. When Shi came out of her office and was surprised to see Gu Nianji. Miss Gu, are you the one who wants to see Lawyer Jean? She didn't expect the military to let a rookie lawyer like Gu Nianji be their representative. Yes, we made an appointment yesterday. It's about the Deshang Industries LLC case. Gu Nianji was wearing a dark gray business suit, long pants, and leather shoes. She looked very professional. When Shi nodded. Come with me. She brought Gu Nianji and Zhao Liangzi to the reception room. Lawyer Jean and Zhang Baochun were already waiting there. Zhao De had rushed here overnight with his lawyer. The four of them looked nervously at the door. When they saw a very cute and pretty girl enter, three of them sighed in relief. Although Gu Nianji was wearing a professional suit, her young face and clean eyes revealed that she must be very young. Zhao De almost wanted to shake hands with Zhao Liangzi. He thought he was the military representative. However, Zhao Liangzi followed closely behind Gu Nianji like a bodyguard. Lawyer Jean cautiously walked in front of Gu Nianji and extended his hand. Miss Gu, we meet again. It was the third watch. On the second day of November, the relatives looked at their ticket folders. There were still monthly votes. There were still recommendation votes. Mwah. Oh, intersection _ intersection, oh. Chapter 345. So this young lady, Gu Nianji, who looked like she hadn't even graduated from university, was the lawyer sent by the military. Zhao De breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Lawyer Jean, who looked like an elite, and then at the delicate little girl across from him. She was even younger than his granddaughter. What was she capable of? She must have gotten into the military through connections. He sat back on the couch by the window and crossed his legs. He took out a cigarette to smoke, but when Shi stopped him in time. Mr. Zhao, this is a non-smoking office. If you want to smoke, you have to go outside the building. Oh, really? Then I won't smoke, I won't smoke. Zhao De smiled sheepishly as he crumpled the cigarette into a ball and threw it into the bin. He looked at Lawyer Jean and was slightly taken aback when he saw that Lawyer Jean looked like he was facing a formidable enemy. Lawyer Jean had already sat down cautiously with Gu Nianji on both sides of the conference table. Zhang Baochen sat next to Lawyer Jean and looked at Gu Nianji. He wondered if Hu Xiaoheng was here as well since Gu Nianji was here. Zhang Baochen recognized the man who came with Gu Nianji, Zhao Liangze. He was Hu Xiaoheng's personal secretary. Why was he here with Gu Nianji? Did Hu Xiaoheng have something to do with what happened to Deshang Industries? Zhang Baochen's mind was running wild as he heard Lawyer Jean start talking non-stop. Miss Gu, are you here today on behalf of the military to ask my client to sign this asset investigation form? Lawyer Jean shook the faxed copy in the air. Gu Nianji nodded. Of course. You didn't sign it yesterday, so I had to make another trip today. She then looked at Zhang Baochen. Mr. Zhang, I'll ask you again. Are you going to sign this asset investigation form or not? When Gu Nianji wasn't smiling, she had an aura of silence. Even a timid person would be intimidated by her and agree to her request without even realizing it. Zhang Baochen clearly knew that Gu Nianji was an orphan and was completely relying on Hu Xiaoheng to intimidate her. But when he saw her dark eyes, his heart trembled and his back broke out in sweat. He stammered as he looked at Lawyer Jean and braced himself to say, "Lawyer." Lawyer Jean said, "What did Lawyer Jean say?" Gu Nianji cut him off and once again exerted psychological pressure on him. Gu Nianji had studied these negotiation techniques before. Because of this, she had specially taken courses related to psychology. Later, when she was in the Special Operations Forces, she learned a few tricks from the professionals in the Special Operations Forces who specialized in bluffing people. Compared to the average legal practitioner, she knew how to use her tone, posture, and microexpressions to break through the other party's defenses and get what she wanted from the other party. However, Zhang Baochen was even more useless than Gu Nianji thought. Because he didn't know anything, no matter how much he scared him, he couldn't scare him. Instead, he was so nervous that he ran to the toilet several times. Gu Nianji secretly cursed Zhang Baochen for being the most useless of useless people, but she maintained a smile on her face and pushed the asset survey form towards him. If you can't give me a reason, then sign it. Zhang Baochen almost took the pen in a daze. Lawyer Jean finally grabbed Zhang Baochen's hand and pushed the asset investigation form back to Gu Nianji. Miss Gu, you can't possibly be thinking that the Deshang Industries LLC incident would involve my client's personal assets, right? Why else do you think I made this trip? Gu Nianji cocked her head and smiled. She thought to herself, here it comes. She didn't seem to take it to heart at all. In fact, she had just entered her true combat state. The pressure he exerted on Zhang Baochen was just the appetizer. Then let me repeat myself. According to our country's company law, Deshang Industries Limited is a limited liability company. If Deshang Industries has any problems with its operations and becomes insolvent, and needs to be liquidated, then just liquidate Deshang Industries. Please don't count my client's personal assets. Lawyer Jean pointed at the asset investigation form. Don't freeze my client's personal bank account, and don't confiscate his real estate. These properties belong to my client and have nothing to do with Deshang Industries. In other words, even if Deshang Industries went bankrupt, Zhang Baochen would only lose 5% of his shares. Also, he hadn't actually invested a single cent in Deshang Industries. The shares were given to him by Zhao De. If Desheng Industries made money, he would receive dividends along with it. If it lost money, he would at most not receive any dividends. He wouldn't have any more responsibilities. Yes, Lawyer Jean is right. Zhao Da's lawyer also chimed in. He sneered at Gu Nianji. This is the most basic company law. Miss Gu, don't tell me you don't know that. Have you graduated from university? Do you want to go back to school and study company law? Yes, both of you are right. I agree with what you said about company law. Gu Nianji clapped her hands to express her approval. Zhao Da's lawyer had never interacted with Gu Nianji before. He saw that the young female lawyer from the military had been led around by the nose with only a few words. She had no fighting spirit at all. He was even more disdainful of her. Lawyer Jean had suffered at Gu Nianji's hands before, so he was more cautious. He could hear the reservation in Gu Nianji's words. He thought about it for a while and asked, did I say something wrong? Or is the military planning to bully others and disregard the law to seize other people's assets? Oh. Lawyer Jean, I haven't seen you in a few days and you've learned to accuse others. Gu Nianji braced her hands on the edge of the table and straightened her back even more. That's not good. We are lawyers. We need to use the language and logic of the law to speak. Don't imitate those who don't understand the law and only know how to spout nonsense. Every word a lawyer says must be backed up by evidence. Did I say something wrong? Lawyer Jean sneered. He was still brooding over his previous defeat at Gu Nianji's hands. He slammed the table and stood up. He threw the materials he had prepared in front of Gu Nianji and almost roared, see for yourself. My client only owns 5% of the shares. He has nothing to do with the management of Desheng Industries. He's only a shareholder. And a minor shareholder. He doesn't have to bear any responsibility for Desheng Industries' debts outside of his shares. Do you understand? Gu Nianji moved back to avoid Lawyer Jin's roar and stood up as well. Are you done? I'm done. Tell me what legal reasons you have for my client to bear responsibility for a limited liability company's debts outside of his shares. Remember, it has to be legal. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're from the military. Believe it or not, I can report you to the media. Lawyer Jean happily explained his reasons and sat down. His mouth was dry and he hurriedly drank another glass of water. Okay, now it's my turn. Gu Nianji also took out the materials she had prepared and threw them on the table. Lawyer Jean, you're right. For a limited liability company, the shareholders don't have to bear any responsibility outside of their shares. If the company goes into liquidation, the shareholders will lose all their shares at most. There won't be any other losses. Isn't that obvious? Then what else is there to discuss? You can leave now. Lawyer Jean laughed. You repeated what I said. Do you want my client to sign? Of course. Gu Nianji's voice turned cold. Lawyer Jean, are you still so impatient? Can't you wait for me to finish? You still have something to say. If you still want to repeat what I said, please don't waste my time. Lawyer Jean was getting impatient. It's the Lunar New Year. Everyone is in a hurry. Gu Nianji raised her eyebrows. Her voice became even colder. If you keep talking nonsense, I can go to the Lawyers Association and sue you for lack of professional ethics. Lawyer Jean finally shut his mouth, but his face was full of disdain and indifference, as if he was saying, I knew you're a newbie with no skills. Gu Nianji's eyes swept across everyone's faces in the conference room. She looked at Zhao Liangzi, who had been silent but was looking at her worriedly. She smiled at him reassuringly. She pulled out a red-marked report from the materials she had prepared. She looked up and began to show the evidence to Lawyer Jean and Zhao Liangzi's lawyer. Desheng Industries LLC. Its full name is Deshang Industries LLC. According to company law, its company form is Limited Liability Company. The English abbreviation is LLC. According to the company law's definition of an LLC, the number of shareholders of such a company cannot exceed 50. It cannot raise funds. Shareholders are limited to the amount of capital they have contributed. Therefore, under normal circumstances, if there is a problem with the company, the risk to the shareholders is limited to the amount they have invested. Lawyer Jean crossed his arms. His eyes were about to roll to the ceiling. He had a mocking expression that said, "I knew you were memorizing." But Gu Nianji changed the topic and glanced at Lawyer Jean again. Lawyer Jean instantly froze. He hated the word "but" the most. F***ck. So annoying. What do you mean, but? Why don't you go to heaven? As soon as Gu Nianji finished her "but," she paused for a moment. Seeing Lawyer Jean and Zhao Da's lawyer's expressions change, she smiled and said, "Don't forget, there's also a system of denial of corporate personality in company law. It's called uncovering the company's veil. In short, shareholders cannot hide under the banner of shareholders and do whatever they want. If a shareholder uses a limited liability company to commit illegal acts, there is no exemption for the shareholder if there is evidence. In other words, when a shareholder uses an LLC to commit illegal acts, the shareholder not only has to bear the responsibility with their capital, but they also have to bear all the responsibility with their personal assets. This rule was also called uncovering the legal person's veil." Lawyer Jin's mind buzzed. His face turned purple again. He roared in his heart, F***ck. How could I forget this exception? F***ck. Can't we talk properly and fight the lawsuit? This was the first chapter. It had 3,000 words. The guaranteed monthly votes for the suitors. And recommendation votes. Today was a little busy, so the second chapter could only be written at 7 in the evening. I can't write it at noon. I hope my friends will vote more. Mwah. Chapter 346. But the problem was that the exception to the system of denial of corporate personality was easy to say, but it was very difficult to implement. This was because it required a very complicated legal process to determine that the shareholder was using the LLC to commit illegal activities, and not the LLC itself. This rule was rarely used in real-life situations, and was basically impossible. Therefore, most lawyers ignored it for a good reason. Based on Lawyer Jin's 20 years of experience, he had only barely won once, but both sides had expended too much effort and lost in the end. Therefore, Lawyer Jin only paused for a moment before his expression darkened. "Fine, first prove that my client intended to use Deshang Industries to commit illegal activities, then go to court and see what the judge will decide." Zhang Baochen quickly said, "I didn't do that, I can swear. I don't even know what Deshang Industries does, and I've never interfered with its management." "Did you hear that?" Lawyer Jin laughed coldly. "Don't think you can criticize me just because you know a few legal provisions. Go ahead and sue me if you dare." Gu Nianji smiled and took out a stack of documents marked with a blue label and placed it in front of Lawyer Jin. "Lawyer Jin, please take a look. These are the military supply contracts Deshang Industries did with the military. These are the serious damages caused by the products supplied by Deshang Industries during military training. These are the conclusions of a third-party independent expert's investigation. Deshang Industries intentionally used shoddy goods to fill their own pockets, and made undue profits from the military supply business. This caused harm to the soldiers, and posed a threat to our nation's security." Lawyer Jin's face turned as white as a sheet. He took the documents from Gu Nianji and flipped through them one by one, quickly examining the ins and outs of the situation. "That's not enough to say that my client is breaking the law." Lawyer Jin looked at the documents for a long time, then braced himself and said, "Using shoddy goods as quality is too subjective. If we go to court, I don't believe the judge will find my client guilty of illegal activities." "Really?" Gu Nianji smiled and took out the documents from Hua Xiaoheng. This was the most important piece of evidence. "Then take a look at this." Gu Nianji passed it to Jin Dazhuang. Deshang Industries shareholders, Zhao De, Zhang Feng, and Zhang Baoqin, have used all sorts of methods to transfer the company's cash to their private accounts. At the same time, they set up a shell company in Italy to launder money through Deshang Industries' bank account. Lawyer Jean slumped into his chair and let out a long sigh. If it was the previous evidence, he could still argue and was 70% sure that the court would side with Zhang Baoqin. However, the evidence that Gu Nianji had thrown out in the end couldn't be cleared no matter what. If they really sued Deshang Industries, the court would definitely judge that the shareholders of Deshang Industries had used the LLC to make money. When the crime was proven, not only would he have to pay the compensation, but he would also have to go to jail. Lawyer Jean swallowed with difficulty and looked at Gu Nianji blankly. "What if we choose to reconcile?" "It's simple. Just sign this." Gu Nianji smiled as she pushed the asset survey form back towards him. "Then auction off all the real estate on this form and return all the cash in the bank account to the military. I will plead with the military not to prosecute your client." Lawyer Jean nodded with a pale face. "Okay, I agree." Zhang Baoqin exploded. He jumped up and pointed at Lawyer Jin's nose. "Are you out of your mind? You're my lawyer. Why do you have to listen to everything she says? All these assets are mine. Mine. Why do I have to pay the debts of that stupid company? I don't even know what they owe." Gu Nianji looked down at her documents and found a copy of Zhang Baoqin's signature. She pushed it to the other end of the conference table. "Mr. Zhang, look at this yourself. This document has your signature and fingerprints." "What document?" Zhang Baoqin took it in confusion and flipped it open. He immediately jumped up. This. I don't remember signing such a document." The document was a letter of authorization for Deshang Industries to set up a branch office in Italy. The sole purpose of that branch office was to evade the audit in the country and transfer most of the assets overseas to launder money. "It's fine if you don't remember. You just have to confirm that this is your signature and the fingerprints are yours," Gu Nianji said nonchalantly. Gu Nianji said nonchalantly, "The law only recognizes evidence. What you think in your heart has little to do with this case." Zhang Baoqin's hands trembled and his mouth twitched. He actually remembered that his wife had asked him to sign it. She said it was related to Deshang Industries, so he signed it. He didn't expect it to be a trap. Zhang Baoqin was so angry that he threw the document on the table and said angrily, "My wife made me sign all this. I don't know what's going on. How can you blame me for this? Mr. Zhang, you're an adult. You have to be responsible for your actions. You're trying to shirk responsibility by saying you don't know. Do you think you're in the right even if you're stupid?" Gu Nianji resisted the urge to roll her eyes and ignored Zhang Baoqin. "Lawyer Jean, do you understand now?" Gu Nianji chose to communicate with Lawyer Jean. The military audit office said that Deshang Industries was insolvent and asked them to use their private assets to repay the debt. The major shareholders of Deshang Industries, Mr. Zhao and Ms. Zhang, intentionally lied to the military. Not only will they have to cough up the illegal profits, but the military will also have to sue them in court. It's useless even if they declare the company bankrupt. Not only will they lose all their assets, but they'll also have to go to jail. This was a crime and they had to bear legal responsibility. It didn't mean they could get away with it just because they were a shareholder. Zhang Baoqin finally understood and pulled Lawyer Jean anxiously. "Lawyer Jean, I don't want to go to jail. I don't want to go to jail. Help me fight the lawsuit." I'll pay any amount. As long as he didn't go to jail, he didn't care if he lost all his assets. Gu Nianji snorted and pushed the asset investigation form. Mr. Zhang, you should sign it. According to your shares, you'll have to bear 265 million of the 5.3 billion military losses. Sell all the assets under your name and add that to your bank account. That should be enough. Lawyer Jean sighed and advised Zhang Baoqin. You don't have any other choice. Just do as Miss says. You won't have to go to jail that way. Because Zhang Baoqin didn't have many shares and wasn't involved in the company's operations, he only had to cough up the dividends he had taken in the past. The military wouldn't chase after a small shareholder. Their main targets were Zhao De and Zhang Feng. Zhao De's face turned pale as he listened and finally called out to Zhang Baoqin. Baoqin, aren't you going to beg the chief? Isn't he going to marry your mother? Zhang Baoqin turned around abruptly. Shut up. There's no such thing. Don't spout nonsense. Zhao De immediately understood that the marriage had fallen through. His face darkened and his hands tightened until there was almost a hole in the sofa's leather cover. I really don't have to go to jail as long as I pay up. Zhang Baoqin ignored Zhao De and turned to look at Lawyer Jean. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Lawyer Jean, can you guarantee that? Lawyer Jean looked at Gu Nianji. Miss Gu, if my client pays the money, may I ask if the military can issue a waiver to my client? That way, he wouldn't be charged. Gu Nianji nodded with certainty. Of course. As long as he pays up, I'll apply for a waiver. Zhang Baoqin finally sighed and said to Lawyer Jean, then I'll have to trouble Lawyer Jean to calculate all of my assets. Gu Nianji pouted. She thought to herself that Zhang Feng was really good at profiteering. She was already a rich woman, yet she still gave her son a huge sum of money, but he had to spit it out after eating something that didn't belong to him. Zhang Baoqin picked up a pen and signed the assets investigation form. At the same time, he also signed the authorization to auction the property. Gu Nianji put away the documents and forms that Zhang Baoqin had signed into her briefcase and stood up to leave. She and Zhao Liangze walked out of the sovereign descent law firm and stood at the elevator. They chatted quietly as they waited for the elevator to come up. Not long after, the elevator dinged, and the doors opened. He Zhichu, wearing a camel cashmere half-length coat, appeared in front of them, tall and handsome. Gu Nianji instinctively took a step back. This was the first time they had met since the last time she had a conflict with He Zhichu at his home. She felt a bit awkward. It was the second watch. Dear friends, please cast your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Mwax. Chapter 347. When the elevator doors opened, He Zhichu didn't expect to see Gu Nianji there. He looked at her in surprise and blurted out, Nianji, what are you doing here? Are you here to see me? However, he decisively choked the last sentence in his throat and did not say it out loud. The two of them had been in a heated argument that day, and Gu Nianji had looked at him as if she'd seen a ghost. It was only when he'd called her that things had calmed down a little, but she still kept her distance. She would rather die than come to his territory to see him. He Zhichu had one hand in his coat pocket and the other holding a briefcase. He suppressed his emotions as he stepped out of the elevator and nodded to Zhao Liangze, who was standing beside Gu Nianji. Happy New Year, Mr. Zhao. Zhao Liangze was also surprised that He Zhichu would greet him so politely. After all, He Zhichu's arrogant attitude had left a deep impression on him back in the United States. Happy New Year, Professor He. Despite his shock, Zhao Liangze quickly composed himself and returned He Zhichu's bow with a professional smile. Gu Nianji had no choice but to say, Happy New Year, Professor He. Yeah, you still haven't answered me, why are you here? He Zhichu looked up at the entrance of his law firm. You came from there. Yes. Gu Nianji thought of Wen Shuyi and Jin Dazhuang's expressions and couldn't help laughing. I came from your law firm. He Jichu looked at her quietly. What happened? Coming out of a law firm was either a lawyer or a client. Either way, it wasn't a good thing. You're the boss, don't you know? Gu Nianji mocked quietly. Your lawyer became Zhang Baochun's lawyer, and I came to negotiate with him as the military's lawyer. The military's lawyer. He Jichu frowned again. You're working for Hu Xiaoheng again. Did you forget what you promised me? After the incident with Dou Qingyan, He Jichu had told Gu Nianji not to become a negotiator for the military. Gu Nianji had also promised him. But Gu Nianji thought this was different. Professor He, I'm representing the military as a lawyer. I'm not an employee of the military. I haven't broken my promise. Gu Nianji had always been eloquent in front of He Jichu. No matter how unreasonable something was, she could still argue it out. It's good that you remember. He Jichu looked at her deeply. Has the matter been resolved? It's settled. Gu Nianji patted the small bag she was carrying. Goodbye, Professor He. I have to go back now. He Jichu nodded and watched as she and Zhao Liangze entered the elevator. The elevator door slowly closed in front of him, and a downward arrow appeared on the button next to the door. The number on the floor began to change continuously, and He Jichu only turned to leave when the number changed to 1. Entering his law firm, He Jichu looked around. Wen Shuyi came out of her office and was shocked to see He Jichu. She rushed up to him and said, Professor He, it's only the second day of the new year. Why are you here? He Jichu stared into her eyes and asked slowly, what lawsuit did you accept? How could it be related to the military? Wen Shuyi forced herself to be calm. It's not a lawsuit. It's just a small negotiation. Both parties have reached an agreement and it's been resolved. Is that so? He Jichu strode inside. He passed the reception lobby and turned around the Taihu stone in the middle of the lobby to enter a corridor. On the left side of the corridor was the conference room where Gu Nianji and Jin Dazhuang had just clashed. Zhang Baochun, Zhao De, and the lawyer Zhao De Brought had not left yet. They were nervously negotiating with Jin Dazhuang. He Jichu stood at the door and watched quietly for a while before reaching out to knock. Jin Dazhuang turned around to see He Jichu. He quickly pushed his chair away and stood up. He walked to his side and bowed respectfully. Mr. He, Happy New Year. He Jichu grunted and looked coldly at the people in the conference room. He said to Jin Dazhuang, have them leave. Come to my office in 5 minutes and tell me everything. Jin Dazhuang nodded quickly and watched He Jichu enter his office. He turned to the 3 people in the conference room. You guys go back first. Deal with Mr. Zhang's matter quickly according to the agreement. If Mr. Zhao wants our lawyer, please contact our law firm and sign the authorization form. We'll talk again. I'm sorry, I have something else to do. Zhang Baochun, Zhao De, and the lawyer he brought had no choice but to leave. Jin Dazhuang immediately went to find He Jichu. Sit. He Jichu sat behind his desk and pointed at the chair in front of him. Tell me, what's going on? Jin Dazhuang told him the whole story from beginning to end. He Jichu listened to everything without saying a word, then looked up some information online before saying, not bad. You reacted quickly enough. Zhang Baochun's case ends here. As for Zhao De, we won't take his case. Jin Dazhuang was also inclined to not take the case after he understood everything. Zhang Baochun's responsibility was much smaller and the military was willing to let him off the hook as long as he paid back the money. As for Zhang Feng and Zhao De, they were obviously chosen by the military to serve as a warning to the others. They were going to spend the rest of their lives in prison. Mr. He is wise. Jin Dazhuang smiled and rubbed his forehead. I didn't expect Gu Nianji to be so good. I lost to her twice. He Ji-chu looked up from his computer and his tense expression relaxed. His voice was no longer cold but had a hint of a smile. He said, "It's not a shame that you lost to her." Jin Dazhuang knew Gu Nianji was about to become He Ji-chu's student and had wanted to please him by complimenting her. He didn't expect He Ji-chu to be so rude. How much did he value Gu Nianji's ability as a student? Jin Dazhuang muttered to himself and couldn't help but show a shocked expression. He Ji-chu glanced at him and threw his pen on the desk. He stood up and walked to the window to look downstairs. "You don't believe me? She's already so much better than you guys. If she hadn't wasted so much time, she would have been the chief lawyer a few years ago. You can go now and call Wen Shui in." Jin Dazhuang was so humiliated he didn't want to speak anymore. He turned to leave He Ji-chu's office sullenly and began to doubt his life. Oh, Professor He, why did you want to see me?" Wen Shui smiled warmly as she arrived at He Ji-chu's office. "Close the door." He Ji-chu turned away from the window and put his hands in his trouser pockets as he leisurely leaned against the windowsill. The sun shone in from behind and gilded his silhouette. Wen Shui was stunned by his beauty and didn't dare to look directly at him. She turned away slightly and closed the office door. "Why did you take Zhang Baochun's case? You better give me a reasonable explanation." He Ji-chu's voice was cold and his eyes were cold. Wen Shui was silent and involuntarily clenched her fists. "Why can't I take it? He needs a lawyer. We can provide one and he has the financial ability to pay." "Is that so?" He Ji-chu pursed his lips tightly. "If you didn't know this case was related to the Huo family, would you have taken it? Am I that kind of person in Professor He's heart? What are you trying to say?" Wen Shui was a bit embarrassed and almost pushed into a corner by He Ji-chu's indifferent gaze. She blurted out the words in her heart, "Is it because of Gu Nianji?" "You know what it is." He Ji-chu's expression darkened. "Just because I'm not pursuing the matter doesn't mean I've forgotten what happened in the past." Wen Shui trembled and her eyes suddenly widened with fear. "Professor He, I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it that way." She was so anxious that she was sweating profusely. She wanted to explain to He Ji-chu but didn't know what to say. He Ji-chu's gaze and tone were too hurtful. "I don't care what you meant. I've already given you enough chances." He Ji-chu returned to his desk and sat down. "I just sent a message to my family. I'll give you 3 days to pack your things and never come back. You're kicking me out." Wen Shui immediately covered her mouth with her hand as tears streamed down her face. She choked out, "Why? What did I do wrong? Mr. He won't agree to you being here alone. It's none of your business whether he agrees or not. Don't use my father to pressure me." He Ji-chu leaned back in his high-back chair. His eyes were cold. "If Nianji didn't still see you as her savior, would have shot you a long time ago. You're still alive thanks to Nianji. You didn't cause trouble for her." This was the first night watch. The guaranteed monthly votes for the betrothal candidates. And recommendation votes. The second night watch was still 7 p.m. They were working overtime. "I hope my dear friends will vote more monthly. Mwah." Chapter 348. Wen Shui stared blankly at He Ji-chu's emotionless eyes, and a chill ran down her spine. Countless words tumbled in her heart, but she didn't dare say a single word. If she dared to take another step, He Ji-chu would really shoot her with a gun. He could do it. Wen Shui tried to calm her breathing and said as calmly as possible, "Okay, then I'll go back. But Professor He, if I leave, you'll be here alone. The people back home will be very worried about you, especially old Mr. He. You're his only son. Are you questioning my ability?" He Jichu didn't look at her anymore and turned on his computer to send a message. I'll find a secretary and housekeeper again. You can go now. At this point, when Shuyi could no longer deceive herself, she slowly turned around and put her hand on the doorknob. She was about to open the door when she hesitated. She turned back to look at He Jichu's half-lowered profile, unable to hide the longing in her eyes. Mr. He, if I wasn't the daughter of the He family's gardener, would your attitude towards me be better? When Shi finally asked after holding back for so long. This question had been hidden in her heart for a long time, and she hadn't dared to ask it before. It wasn't until the irreparable situation today that she finally asked. He Jichu didn't even look up as his fingers flew over the keyboard. He said coldly, "My attitude towards you has never changed, no matter whose daughter you are. But you didn't treat me like this during the first 3 years I was with you." When Shi turned around and leaned against the door, she touched her face with one hand. "At that time, you asked me to stay by your side and never leave your side. If you didn't see me for a while, you would look for me everywhere." He Jichu's typing hand paused. He said dryly, "You're mistaken. It was Auntie Chin who asked you to stay by my side, not me. It was Auntie Chin." When Shi froze. It was really Auntie Chin. If you don't believe me, go back and ask her yourself. He Jichu was getting impatient. He pushed the keyboard away and looked up at her coldly. "Are you done yet?" When Shi wiped her tears. "Then I'm leaving. Take care, Mr. He." She finally opened He Jichu's office door and slowly walked out. She turned around and closed the door behind her. When Shi stood at the door of He Jichu's office and looked longingly at the place. She had personally decorated this place. From choosing the location to decorating to buying furniture and furnishing, she had done everything herself. Now she had to get out of here. When Shi walked to her office, Lawyer Jin's office was next to hers. When he heard the noise, he poked his head out to have a look and happened to bump into Wen Shi. "Lawyer Wen, may I ask if Mr. He has anything else to say?" Lawyer Jin asked with a bitter face. He had been dealt a heavy blow today and had lost all confidence. When Shi smiled at him and asked quietly, "You lost to Gu Nianji again." "It's not really a loss." Lawyer Jin rubbed his chin. "She came prepared. I underestimated her. Who would have thought that such a simple case would have so many inside stories?" "Yes, you're right. You didn't get your 20 years of experience for nothing. Don't be discouraged. I have high hopes for you." When Shi placed her hand on Lawyer Jin's shoulder and patted him gently. "I'm going to resign and go back home. Mr. He will definitely promote someone to be the executive director of the law firm. I will recommend you to Mr. He. At the same time, I will hand over all the administrative matters of the law firm to you. Are you free tomorrow and the day after?" "I only have 2 days to hand over the responsibilities." Lawyer Jin was stunned for a moment. He couldn't accept that a golden lump had suddenly fallen from the sky and hit him. "Why aren't you saying anything? You don't want to?" When Shi smiled and whispered, "Gu Nianji is very likely to intern at our law firm. Don't you want to see what it's like to have her as your subordinate? To be able to order the person who had once defeated him around as his subordinate." Just the thought of it was fascinating. However, Lawyer Jin only thought about it for a minute before saying, "That's not a good idea, is it? Gu Nianji and I actually have no personal grudges. It's just a disagreement at work. Why would I want to mess with her?" When Shi was speechless. "I didn't ask you to mess with her. What are you thinking?" When Shi looked at him strangely. "I thought you would want to regain your confidence." Even Lawyer Wen could tell that he was doubting his life after being defeated by Gu Nianji. Lawyer Jin crossed his arms and said thoughtfully, "That's not a bad idea." I can try. Then it's a deal. I'll go back and write an email recommending you to be the executive director. When she turned around and went into her office to prepare for the handover. She was usually very organized and had a list of daily tasks. She sent it to He-ji-chu and also recommended Lawyer Jean as the executive director. He-ji-chu looked at Lawyer Jin's qualifications. He was indeed the most experienced among his own employees. He had also been a lawyer at J.D. law firm for many years. He had a good understanding of the domestic legal industry. Having him as the executive director would indeed make things easier and allow the sovereign law firm to quickly integrate into the Hua-Xia Empire's legal industry. He emailed back, "Okay." When she breathed a sigh of relief when she saw He-ji-chu's quick reply. She quickly sent Lawyer Jean a copy of her daily task list and scheduled a time to meet in her office tomorrow and the day after to prepare for the handover. Gu Nianji and Zhao Liangzi came out of the elevator to see Hua Xiaoheng's car still parked on the street. There was no traffic on the streets during the new year, so he could park on the street without punishment. After getting in the car, Hua Xiaoheng looked at her. "How did it go? Did Zhang Baochen agree?" "Yeah, he agreed to sign and also agreed to the auction. Anyway, he'll agree to anything as long as he can stay alive and not go to jail." Gu Nianji replied casually as she rubbed her temples. The car started and Zhao Liangzi turned around from the front passenger seat to ask Hua Xiaoheng, "Hua Xiao, Professor he also went there. We met him at the elevator." "Really? Then he might have gone straight from the underground parking lot." Hua Xiaoheng propped an arm on the window and said thoughtfully, "I haven't seen anyone go up here." Gu Nianji quietly sighed in relief. She didn't know why, but she was afraid that Hua Xiaoheng would run into He-ji-chu. Last time at the Special Operations Forces headquarters, the tension between He-ji-chu and Hua Xiaoheng had already made her tremble in fear. She didn't want there to be a next time. When Shi and Lawyer Jean were busy for 2 whole days before they finished the handover. They worked until midnight on the 4th day of the new year. Lawyer Jean rubbed his neck and smiled at Wen Shui. "What time is Lawyer Wen's flight tomorrow? Do you want me to send you off?" "No, thank you, Lawyer Jean." Wen Shui politely declined. "I won't be coming back again this time. I have a few friends here who want to send me off." "Oh, that's good. Have a safe trip, Lawyer Wen." Lawyer Jean smiled and said goodbye in advance. Wen Shui smiled gently at him. She printed out the final items from the computer and handed them to Jean Dazhuang. On the morning of the 5th day of the new year, Wen Shui carried a small suitcase and quietly left the imperial capital airport to go to America. She would return to her hometown from there. As soon as Wen Shui left, the Monarch Descent law firm refused to take on the Zhang and Zhao families' cases. The Zhangs and Zhaos quickly lost. Zhang Baochen sold all the properties under his name and even handed over his bank savings to pay off his debts. He didn't even have a place to live now. Grandfather Huo heard about it and took a private car to Zhang Baochen's rented place to take a look. It was a 3-bedroom apartment with less than 100 square meters. It was much worse than the house Zhang Baochen's family used to live in. Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie were not used to it. There was only a bed in their room and there wasn't even room to turn around. Zhang Wenna had so many designer bags, clothes, and shoes but had nowhere to put them. They were all messily thrown under the bed. When Grandfather Hu arrived, Zhang Baochen's family was on the verge of tears. However, they didn't dare to act rashly in front of outsiders and respectfully called Grandfather Hu chief. Grandfather Hu felt sorry for them but couldn't ask them to move back to the Hu residence. He could only secretly give Zhang Baochen a key. "Take it. I'll get someone to transfer the ownership to you after the new year. It's not a good idea to keep renting." Zhang Baochen was so touched that he wanted to wipe his tears. He asked, "Chief, what about my mother? You must save her." She's involved in too many things. There's nothing I can do. Grandfather Hua sighed. He really didn't expect Zhang Feng to have such a big appetite. She looked gentle and didn't fight for anything. Zhang Baochen knew he was in trouble and quickly begged Grandfather Hua. Chief, my mother has been loyal to you for so many years and has been taking care of you with all her heart. No one will say anything if you speak up for her. If you don't say anything, your subordinates will be disappointed. Zhang Feng's unusual relationship with Grandfather Hua aside, she was officially Grandfather Hua's head nurse and had taken care of him for more than 40 years. Grandfather Hua could not just stand by and watch as Zhang Feng was convicted of the crime. She had done a lot of hard work, even if she had not done much. I'll go see her. But you have to know that I'm already retired. I can't help her anymore. Grandfather Hua had been trying to get Hua Xiaoheng and Hua Guanchen to vouch for Zhang Feng for the past few days, but both of them pretended to be deaf and dumb. Grandfather Hua was mentally and physically exhausted. It was the first time he showed signs of weakness in his old age. Zhang Baochen quickly nodded. Let me go with you. Grandfather Hua thought about it. That's fine. You can come with me. Grandfather Hua brought Zhang Baochen to where the military police were holding the criminals to visit Zhang Feng. Grandfather Hua let Zhang Baochen visit Zhang Feng first. It had only been 4 to 5 days, but Zhang Feng seemed like a completely different person. His previously dark hair had now turned white, and his fair complexion had turned yellow and dry without the daily maintenance of top-grade skincare products. His sparse eyebrows drooped over his eyes, and there were deep crow's feet at the corners of his eyes. His eye bags were even more obvious. Mom, why do you look like this? Zhang Baochen's heart ached. Why is your hair so white? Did they torture you? No. Zhang Feng shook her head listlessly. I didn't dye my hair. That's why I look like this. It was the second watch. Dear friends, please cast your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Wax. O, N_N, O. Chapter 349. Zhang Feng was in her 60s. When she wasn't locked up, she would go to the imperial capital's most famous beauty salon twice a week for regular maintenance. She took care of herself from head to toe, not a single hair out of place. She used to look like she was in her early 50s. If it wasn't for Grandfather Hua's disdain for plastic surgery, Zhang Feng would have done a knife to her face just to retain some of her youthful look. Now, she looked like she was in her 70s and had aged tremendously. However, she wasn't in the mood to look at herself in the mirror. Seeing Zhang Baochen come to see her, she grasped at straws and asked, "How are you? I heard something happened to Deshang Industries and we lost all our shares." Not only did they lose their shares, they had already spat out everything they had swallowed all those years ago. Zhang Baochen couldn't help but complain, "Mom, what did you and Shui do? Deshang Industries suffered a huge setback and caused me to go bankrupt. If it wasn't for the chief giving me an apartment, I would have had to rent." What? How could Deshang Industries cause you to go bankrupt? Zhang Feng was shocked. Zhao told me that he would only take the shares and not take any other risks. Zhang Feng had been locked up and hadn't been interrogated yet, so she didn't know what had happened outside. Zhang Baochen laughed bitterly, "Mom, you didn't know. Deshang Industries' military supplies business was suspected of committing crimes, but the military let me off the hook and didn't press charges if I paid up the money. So I sold all the properties under my name, and with my savings in the bank, I managed to gather over 200 million. At least I won't have to go to jail." What? You sold all your properties? Zhang Feng couldn't stop screaming. Her face was ashen and her hands were stretched out like chicken claws. The veins on the back of her bony hands were popping out like earthworms. She was extremely agitated. Number 38. Watch your emotions. If you keep screaming, you won't be allowed to see guests. The female prison guard saw that something was wrong and shouted at Zhang Feng. Mom! What are you screaming for? Zhang Baochen quickly lowered his voice, everyone's looking over. Zhang Feng panted heavily, her eyes red as she stared at Zhang Baochen. You idiot. They asked you to pay them back and you did it. You don't even want to go to court. How scared are you of going to jail? I don't want to go to jail. Zhang Baochen objected subconsciously. I don't want to go to jail even if I have to go bankrupt. You idiot. I'd rather go to jail than go bankrupt. Zhang Feng was furious. Looks like I protected you too well. You have no idea what it's like to be poor. Mom, don't think about this. Anyway, it's already been sold. Besides, the chief has already given me a house. It's very spacious for our family of 4. Of course, Zhang Baochen was comparing it to his rented apartment. It was indeed spacious. However, it couldn't compare to the property he used to own. Of course, it couldn't compare to the Huo family's mansion and the military general hospital. Actually, you shouldn't have asked for a house. You should have begged the chief to let you stay with the Huo family. Zhang Feng propped her head on her hand and leaned against the long table. She could not accept such an ending. She had once stood at such a high place and seen the most beautiful scenery in the world. She could no longer return to her original place and lived on this small piece of land. Although this was her real position, she had never been satisfied with it. Zhang Baochen held Zhang Feng's arm and whispered, Mom, the chief is here to see you. You should beg the chief to get you out of here. Until now, Zhang Baochen and Zhang Feng did not believe that Grandfather Huo would stand by and do nothing. They also did not believe that they would go to jail. Grandfather Huo would not stand by and do nothing. After Zhang Baochen left, it was Grandfather Huo's turn to see Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng had already combed her hair, washed her face, and changed into a white sweater and white straight pants. Her sallow face looked even more haggard against the contrast of the white clothes, adding a sense of pitiful weakness to it. This was also what had moved Grandfather Huo the most in the beginning. Grandfather Huo walked into the guest room and saw Zhang Feng. As expected, he immediately felt sorry for her. You. Sai, why did you do this? You've gotten yourself into this mess. Grandfather Huo sat opposite Zhang Feng and asked her with concern. Are you used to living here? They didn't do anything to you, did they? He stared at Zhang Feng's white hair and was just as shocked as Zhang Baochen. He had never seen Zhang Feng in such a sorry state. He remembered the first time he saw her was when he had just been promoted to lieutenant colonel. He had been hospitalized for half a year due to his unwell body. When he was discharged, Zhang Feng was sent to be his private nurse to help him recover. The young nurse was wearing a snow-white nurse uniform. She stood behind him obediently like a shadow, obedient and obedient. At that time, he didn't even care about her, only his wife. His wife, Xia Xin, was a beauty that everyone complimented. Her intense beauty was like strong alcohol, intoxicating with just one sip. The couple had a great relationship and had 2 sons. He climbed higher and higher in the military and broke through the bottleneck within a few years to become a general. Zhang Feng stayed and officially became the chief's nurse. Xia Xian was from the Xia family. Her family background, character, and temperament were all good. She was beautiful to the point of being bold and unrestrained, but she had a stubborn temper. When there was no comparison, Grandfather Huo didn't think it was bad. Later, when Zhang Feng became his nurse, Grandfather Huo realized that not all women were as strong as fire. There was another type of woman who was as soft as water. The existence of water was soft and still. When there was fire, no one would notice the existence of water. It was only when the water grew stronger and extinguished the fire that Grandfather Huo realized he couldn't leave the water. He looked at the terrified Zhang Feng with a complicated expression and patted her hand. Don't panic. I'll go talk to someone. No matter what, you've been my nurse for over 40 years. I won't sit by and do nothing. This was a matter of pride. He couldn't let anyone humiliate him. Of course, he couldn't just go and talk to her directly. He still needed Hu Xiaoheng to do it. Even Hu Guanchen might not be able to do it. Zhang Feng let out a long sigh. She was relieved as long as grandfather Hu made this promise. As far as she knew, there was nothing that grandfather Hu couldn't handle. Chief. Thank you. My family is very grateful to you. Zhang Feng looked at grandfather Hu lovingly. Her sallow cheeks were flushed. Do you remember that year when you visited Baochen's family at my maternal home? Of course grandfather Hu remembered. He had only visited Zhang Feng's maternal home once in his life. He had also helped the Zhang family move into a bigger house. Zhang Feng's father was so grateful that he and his wife knelt before him. Grandfather Hu was shocked and quickly helped them up. He tried to persuade them not to do this. Zhang Feng's father said stubbornly, Chief, you are our family's savior. You deserve this. Zhang Feng's parents were considered grandfather Hu's elders. After all, he had married their daughter and had a son with her. However, they treated him like an honored guest and didn't put on any airs as his in-laws. He had only met them once, but the scene of that meeting was deeply engraved in his heart. 16 years had passed and Zhang Feng, who had always been by his side, was about to go to jail. How could he face her parents? Take care of your assets. Sell what you need to sell and pay back what you need to pay. See if you can gather the money. Grandfather Hu felt a headache coming on. It's over $1 billion. How can you be so bold? I still have to pay back the money. But that's what we earned from doing business. We can't just take it all away just because the military says so, can we? Zhang Feng saw that grandfather Hu was still willing to help her and still had her in his heart. She grew bolder. Elder Hu, I really don't have much money left. The rest is for Baochen. He can't return to his family anymore. We can't just leave him some security, can we? He still has a son and a daughter. Grandfather Hu frowned. Then what do you want? If you don't pay back the money, are you really going to spend the rest of your life in jail? It was even possible that she would be sentenced to death. Grandfather Hu just didn't say it out loud to avoid scaring her. Zhang Feng pursed her lips and shifted uneasily in her chair. She murmured. Why don't you help me? Pay it back. Me? Grandfather Hu was stunned. I don't have that much money. You don't have it, but Sister Xie's trust fund has it. Zhang Feng's eyes glistened with tears. Her voice was choked up. Her trust fund's annual income is more than this. A rich person like her is thicker than our waists. As long as you give me a year's worth of income, you can help me. I'm not asking you to marry me, and I don't expect Baochen to return to his family. I just want to leave him some assets. This is the only thing I can give him as his mother. This was the first night watch. The guaranteed monthly votes for the suitors. And recommendation votes. The second night watch was still 7 p.m. I hope my relatives will vote more. Mwax. Chapter 350. You're talking about Xian's trust fund. Grandfather Hu was even more shocked. Didn't I tell you before that I transferred the proceeds to Xiaoheng a long time ago? But according to the will, the proceeds should belong to you. Xiaoheng is so filial, he would return it to you as long as you ask. Zhang Feng said softly, her gaze gentle as she looked at grandfather Hu with admiration. Moreover, Sister Xia was so loving to you when she was alive, she wouldn't care about a little bit of money. A little bit of money. $1 billion is a little bit of money in your eyes. More than $1 billion Zimbabwean dollars? Grandfather Hua's brows gradually furrowed. Zhang Feng, have you lost your mind from being locked up? Zhang Feng smiled bitterly and shook her head. Her voice became even gentler. Elder Hua, I know $1 billion is not a little bit of money to you and me. I might only have that much money in my entire life. But Sister Xia is different. Her assets are uncountable. Just the annual income from the trust fund is already that much, isn't it? Think about it, after so many years, how much money would that be? Can you give me your share and help me return it to the military? That's all I have in my entire life. Grandfather Hua was stunned for a moment. He sighed heavily and closed his eyes. 16 years ago, your family of 5 to 6 people squeezed into a 2-bedroom apartment that was less than 50 square meters. Today, you're telling me $1 billion is a little bit of money, and that you'll only have $1 billion in your entire life. Zhang Feng was uneasy. Her eyes twitched uncontrollably. She muttered softly, I'm saying this from Sister Xia's perspective, not myself. If I had as much money as she does, would give it to you without hesitation. You're her husband, everything she has belongs to you. Yet you're so polite and refuse to use a single cent from her. If Sister Xia finds out in the afterlife, how sad would she be? Although Grandfather Hua had been biased for the past 16 years, he wasn't completely muddled. He glared at Zhang Feng and finally slammed the table as he stood up. That's enough. How many times do I have to say this? The trust fund was created with Xian's dowry. I'm already embarrassed that she gave me a portion of the profits. How could you ask for it? Zhang Feng didn't expect Grandfather Hua to still be so stubborn. She cried anxiously, Elder Hua, I don't have a choice. I know I shouldn't say anything, but what can I do when I'm poor? I can't really go to jail, right? If you don't want to go to jail, take out your own money to pay off the debt. It's not like you can't afford it. You're richer than me. Aren't you embarrassed to ask me for Xian's dowry? Grandfather Hua said coldly, do you want to spend the rest of your life in prison, or do you want to commit suicide? Decide for yourself. Grandfather Hua angrily left the Imperial Capital Military Police and took his own car home. Zhang Baochen didn't dare to walk with him, so he quietly turned back to look at Zhang Feng after Grandfather Hua left. Mom, how did it go with the chief? Did the chief agree? Zhang Baochen asked carefully because Zhang Feng's expression was very ugly, as if the conversation didn't go well. Zhang Feng lowered her head and clasped her hands in front of her. After pondering for a long time, she finally made up her mind. She asked Zhang Baochen to come closer and whisper in his ear. Keep in touch with the chief. If he agrees to lend me money to pay off the debt, then forget it and continue to keep his mouth shut. If the chief doesn't agree, you can threaten to reveal your identity. What? Zhang Baochen was shocked. That's not good, is it? With his age, anyone could tell that Grandfather Hua had an affair when his wife was still alive. Otherwise, how could he have an illegitimate child in his 40s when his wife had only passed away 18 years ago? I'm not asking you to really say it. Why are you so stupid? Zhang Feng couldn't help but poke at her son. Threaten, I'm talking about threatening. With Grandfather Hua's temperament, he values his reputation more than anything else, including relationships. I see. Zhang Baochen pondered. What if he doesn't agree? He'll definitely agree. Zhang Feng nodded confidently. Trust me, as long as you threaten to reveal your identity to the media, he'll give you any amount of money you want. Any amount of money. Zhang Baochen didn't think much of it. Although the chief has a high military rank, he doesn't have much money to spare with his dead salary. He doesn't have it, but his wife's trust fund does. Zhang Feng instructed her son in a low voice. Zhang Baochen was a little embarrassed and whispered, That's not the chief's money, can we take it? Of course we can. That's grandfather Hua's wife's money, which means it's grandfather Hua's money. That's what we agreed on when we got married. So don't be afraid, just bide your time and observe the situation. If the chief goes around asking for help, don't mention it. If the chief doesn't release me in the end, go to him and threaten to reveal your identity to the media. Zhang Feng planned everything out for her son. Got it? That's so troublesome. Why don't you sell all the properties under your name and add that to the money in your bank account? That should be enough, right? Why are you scheming against other people's money? Zhang Baochen pursed his lips in disapproval. As for the chief, as long as you're released, how can he not care about you? What's the point of holding so much money? I'm scheming against other people's money. Who am I doing this for? Zhang Feng was about to go crazy from her son's anger. I'm already so old, what's the point of having so much money? It's all for you. You heartless bastard. Zhang Baochen couldn't even lift his head from Zhang Feng's scolding. Mom, I was wrong, I'm sorry. He apologized sincerely to Zhang Feng and promised to do as she said. Zhang Feng nodded in satisfaction. You finally thought it through. Let me tell you, money isn't everything in this world, but you can't do anything without money. You have to remember that everything I do is for you and your 2 sons and daughters. Don't give money away carelessly. Zhang Baochen thought to himself, I don't even have money, how am I going to give it away? He chatted with Zhang Feng for a while before leaving the military police to go home. When he got home, he found grandfather who was sitting in his house, talking to his 2 grandchildren, Zhang Wenjie and Zhang Wenna. These 2 kids grew up by grandfather Hua's side and were even closer to him than Hua Xiaoheng. Chief, have you eaten? Zhang Baochen asked sheepishly. Grandfather Hua glanced at him. Not yet, I was waiting for you. Waiting for me? Zhang Baochen was shocked. Waiting for me for what? Come back to the Hua residence with me. Regarding your mother's matter, we need Xiaoheng's help. Although grandfather Hua had spoken harshly to Zhang Feng at the military police station and rejected her outright, he thought about it and decided to ask Hua Xiaoheng first for him to make a decision. Xiaoheng. Zhang Baochen shrunk his neck. He won't want to see us. Don't be a coward. Grandfather Hua felt bad seeing him like this. He's your nephew. If you have any difficulties, just tell him. How would he know you need help if you don't beg him? But... Zhang Baochen scratched his head. I have a feeling that Xiaoheng won't agree. How do you know he won't agree when you haven't even asked? Grandfather Hua stood up angrily. Let's go back. Zhang Baochen quickly grabbed grandfather Hua's arm and left with him to return to the Hua residence at the military headquarters. On the way back, grandfather Hua called Hua Xiaoheng to come back. When they entered the house, they found Hua Xiaoheng already waiting inside. Grandfather, what's the matter? Hua Xiaoheng asked calmly, still in his military uniform. Grandfather Hua glanced at him and frowned. It's the new year. Why are you still in your military uniform? I'm already at work. Hua Xiaoheng rubbed his forehead. What's the matter? Hurry up and say it. I have a meeting with the people in the US tonight. Grandfather Hua glanced at Zhang Baochen. Say it. Didn't you say it on the way here? Hua Xiaoheng's deep black eyes looked over. He did not speak, but his gaze was so intimidating that Zhang Baochen could not even lift his head. Zhang Baochen stuttered and almost could not lift his head. Hurry up and say it. Grandfather Hua was furious. Why are you stuttering? Are you a little wife? Zhang Baochen was forced into a corner. Xiaoheng, can you help us think of a way to release my mother? She was taken away by the military police. I don't have that kind of authority. Of course, Hua Xiaoheng refused immediately, but used a more dignified excuse. Is there really no other way? Zhang Baochen covered his face. He was on the verge of tears. Hu Xiaoheng looked at his third uncle. He didn't understand how someone as smart and forbearing as Zhang Feng raised her son to be such a useless person. Yes, Xiaoheng. Can't you think of something? Grandfather Hu patted Zhang Baochen's back. He was very affectionate towards him. Hu Xiaoheng looked coldly at the father-son pair. He crossed his arms and said slowly, "It's not that there's no way." "What way?" "Hurry up and say it." Grandfather Hua and Zhang Baochen asked in unison. Zhang Feng's assets and bank deposits amount to more than 1 billion. Get her to hand it all over. At least half of her sentence will be reduced. Hu Xiaoheng didn't finish his sentence. That was, she could be spared the death penalty after returning the money, but she wouldn't be able to escape punishment. If she didn't return the money, it would be worse than death. Grandfather Hua and Zhang Baochen looked at each other. The troublesome part was to get Zhang Feng to hand over the money. I'm afraid my mother won't be able to gather that much money in a short time. Chief, can you lend me some? Zhang Baochen thought for a long time but still couldn't bring himself to ask for the money directly. In the end, he used the word borrow. Grandfather Hu shook his head. I don't have that much money. Why don't you ask Xiaoheng? It won't be impossible. Hu Xiaoheng sat on the sofa and crossed his legs. He pretended not to hear the father and son's conversation and said pleasantly, "How about this? First, you get a power of attorney for all of your mother's assets and give her full authority to you. I'll find someone to auction it for you and see how much it can be sold for. If it's not enough, we'll think of something else. What do you think?" Zhang Baochen thought it was a good idea. He looked at Grandfather Hua. "Chief, why don't we do this?" Grandfather Hua looked at Hu Xiaoheng with a dark expression. He waved his hand at Zhang Baochen. "Go get the power of attorney first. I still need to talk to Xiaoheng." It was the second watch. Dear friends, please cast your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Wax. Chapter 351. Zhang Baochen received a guarantee from Grandfather Hua, but still looked at Hu Xiaoheng worriedly. Although Hu Xiaoheng was a generation younger than him, Zhang Baochen feared him from head to toe. Hu Xiaoheng's status in the military had increased over the years, and his temper had become more and more hidden. He was no longer the 12-year-old boy who showed his anger and grievance on his face. Xiaoheng, I'll go get the power of attorney then," he said softly, rubbing his hands and fidgeting. Hu Xiaoheng nodded calmly and looked at him intently. "Try it. But I don't think your mother will give you all her assets so easily." "Xiaoheng, you're absolutely right." Zhang Baochen slapped his thigh and nodded vigorously. "I can only try, I really can't guarantee, try your best. I'll get a lawyer to help you draft the power of attorney." Hu Xiaoheng took out his phone to call Gu Nianji. "Nianji, I need your help with something." "Look at your email, I've sent it to you." Zhang Baochen froze. Gu Nianji. She knows how to draft the power of attorney. The power of attorney needs a lawyer to draft it. She has a sample with her and will send it to you tomorrow morning. You can meet in front of the military police building. Hu Xiaoheng typed quickly and forwarded a copy of Zhang Feng's assets to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji had just showered and was playing games on her iPad on her bed. Hearing the phone ringing, she stared at the iPad screen and unlocked the phone with one hand. Gu Nianji only closed the game when she heard Hu Xiaoheng's voice and lay down on the bed with a smile. "Hu Xiao, what can I help with?" Hu Xiaoheng hung up without saying anything else. Gu Nianji was speechless. It sounded like he was busy. Biting her lip, she sat up listlessly and opened her email on her phone. She saw the information Hu Xiaoheng had sent, as well as a short email from him. So it was about the power of attorney from Zhang Feng. She had also sent a list of her assets. Gu Nianji got off the bed and took out her laptop to sit in front of her desk. She found the power of attorney template and made a detailed power of attorney based on Zhang Feng's assets list. She clicked her tongue as she typed. Zhang Feng really knew how to make money. The wealth she had earned over the past decade was more than the total profits of many listed companies. After Zhang Baochen left, grandfather Huo looked at Hu Xiaoheng with a frown. His gaze was so sharp that it seemed to be able to penetrate Hu Xiaoheng's calm exterior and see what he was really thinking. Unfortunately, he couldn't tell. Grandfather Hu knew better than anyone what Hu Xiaoheng did in the military. If someone could see through Hu Xiaoheng's thoughts, he would have died countless times over. Grandfather Hu averted his gaze resentfully. After a while, he said, "Forget it, I'm not marrying Zhang Feng anymore. You can stop now." Hu Xiaoheng still looked indifferent. He took out a pack of cigarettes from his trouser pocket and lit one for himself. He mumbled, "Grandfather, what are you talking about? I didn't hear you clearly." "I said I won't marry her. Are you satisfied now?" Grandfather Hu stood up abruptly. "I didn't expect you to be so heartless. Not only are you heartless to your enemies, you're heartless to outsiders, and you're heartless to your own family." Hu Xiaoheng held the cigarette in one hand and rested the other on the sofa. His legs were still crossed, and his posture hadn't changed at all. He flicked the ash off his cigarette and looked straight into Grandfather Hu's eyes. "Grandfather, you can't wrong me. I've always been as warm as spring to my family and friends. Go ask them and see if they're unhappy with me. You're warm." Grandfather Hu was furious at Hu Xiaoheng's nonchalant attitude. "Do you need me to say it? You've never looked Zhang Feng in the eye, never treated Baochen like an elder, and treated Wenna and Wenjie even worse. What's so bad about them? Why are you treating them like this? If I hadn't said I wanted to marry Zhang Feng, their family wouldn't have to go through such an undeserved disaster." Hu Xiaoheng's fingers trembled, and a bit of hot cigarette ash landed on the back of his hand. It hurt, but he didn't care. He put out the cigarette in the ashtray, stood up, and looked at Grandfather Hu at eye level. "Grandfather, there are two fatal mistakes in what you said. First, the Zhang family isn't my family. You can't use that to criticize me. Second, what happened to Zhang Feng has nothing to do with whether you want to marry her or not." "Really? I don't believe you." Grandfather Hu clenched his fists and shouted at Hu Xiaoheng. "You think I'm old and can't see through your tricks? Of course it doesn't matter." Hu Xiaoheng spread his hands and said word by word, "Because regardless of whether you marry her or not, Zhang Feng will definitely get into trouble and go to jail." "You?" Grandfather Hu was furious. He raised his hand high and wanted to slap Hu Xiaoheng's face. Hu Xiaoheng put his hands behind his back and straightened his back in front of Grandfather Hu. He didn't even flinch. Grandfather Hu looked at Hu Xiaoheng's eyes that were almost identical to Xie Xian's and couldn't bring himself to slap him. "Xiaoheng, why do you hate Zhang Feng so much?" Grandfather Hu slowly put his hand down and rubbed the sofa behind him before sitting down slowly. "She's never done anything wrong to you all these years and has never said anything bad about you in front of me. Instead, she often praises you in front of me." Hu Xiaoheng hurriedly raised his hand to stop Grandfather Hu from continuing. Stop. "Grandfather, I'm not interested in what happened between you and head nurse Zhang. I don't want to hear the details of your daily interactions. But you have to give me a reason, right? You were too cruel this time. Zhang Feng will never be able to make a comeback for the rest of her life." Grandfather Hu's heart ached at the thought of Zhang Feng's haggard and helpless appearance. After all, she had been by his side for so many years. She took care of him, but didn't he also take care of her? She's been arrogant for most of her life. It's enough. Hua Xiaoheng was unmoved. Turn over a new leaf in prison and work hard. On the day she dies, I'll get Zhang Baochen to collect her body. That's as far as I can help her. You want her to spend the rest of her life in prison? Grandfather Hua was shocked and angry. Do you have to be so cruel? It's not that I want her to spend the rest of her life in prison. It's her own fault. She deserves it. Hua Xiaoheng took a step forward and stood in front of Grandfather Hua. Did I ask her to collude with Zhao De to embezzle money from the military supply business? Did I ask her to set up a shell company in Italy to launder money? You know better than me what her family's situation was like back then. But in just a decade or so, she has a net worth of over $1 billion. If you don't get rid of this parasite, will you let it tarnish your reputation? Grandfather Hua's heart softened when he heard that Hua Xiaoheng was still thinking about his reputation. After all, he was the eldest grandson he was most proud of and the most promising. Although he was angry at him, it wasn't to the point where he would break ties with his grandson just for Zhang Feng. She's gone too far this time. I went to see her and told her that she has to pay the money back. Grandfather Hua paused and glanced at Hua Xiaoheng. He asked tentatively, if she auctions all her assets and it still isn't enough to pay the debt, can you help her pay it back? Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. At that moment, Hua Xiaoheng was glad that his grandmother had passed away long ago and didn't have to face such an embarrassing and painful situation. His grandmother must have hated him as much as she loved him back then. As for Hua Xiaoheng, he had been carrying out missions in the military all these years and had experienced countless struggles and trials on the line between life and death. His tolerance was also much higher. Hearing his grandfather's unreasonable question, he was still able to remain calm. Hua Xiaoheng heard himself still brushing off Grandfather Hua. We'll talk about it after all the assets are auctioned. I'm only responsible for helping the military recover the losses. Other things are not under my jurisdiction, and I can't do anything about it. With that, he quickly turned and left the Hua residence. Returning to his official residence, Hua Xiaoheng suddenly had a strong desire to see Gu Nianji. He walked straight to Gu Nianji's bedroom and opened her door with his own key. The living room was dark, and the bedroom door was ajar. A few rays of light peeked out from the crack in the door. Hua Xiaoheng walked over and gently pushed the door open. Gu Nianji had her back to the door and was sitting at the desk, typing away on her laptop. What caught his eye was the familiar delicate back view. Her neck was lowered, and her long hair was tied into a bun at the back of her head, revealing the delicate, snow-white skin at the back of her neck. Hua Xiaoheng felt his blood rush to his head. He quickly walked over, and before Gu Nianji could turn around when she heard the sound, he had already hugged her from behind. He lowered his head to kiss the back of her neck and sucked hard. Nianji, don't leave me, never. This was the first night watch. The guaranteed monthly votes for the suitors. And recommendation votes. The second night watch was 7:00 in the evening, and the third night watch tomorrow. I hope the suitors will vote more. P.S. Thank you, President Enigmayangxi, for your gift yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 352. Hot breath assaulted her from behind, and Hua Xiaoheng's deep and magnetic voice whispered in her ear. Gu Nianji had never heard Hua Xiaoheng say something so emotional. She froze and trembled uncontrollably. Her long-desired wish had finally been fulfilled, and she couldn't believe her ears. Was this what it felt like to be loved and loved? Gu Nianji tried to turn around, but Hua Xiaoheng hugged her tightly, his broad chest almost burying her entire body. She wanted to hug Hua Xiaoheng again, but he lifted her up from the chair by the waist. With a twist of his arm, he spun her around to face him. Hua Xiaoheng sat down on the soft chair she had been sitting on, placed Gu Nianji on his lap, and leaned over to kiss her. Gu Nianji was shackled in his arms and couldn't move. This was the first time she felt the difference in strength between a man and a woman. And Hu Xiaoheng was much stronger than the average man. She couldn't resist at all in front of him. When he didn't want her to have the ability to move, she could only obediently be controlled by him. Gu Nianji's legs were separated, and she straddled Hu Xiaoheng's lap. She wrapped her arms around Hu Xiaoheng's neck and raised her head to kiss him. He had already forcefully sucked the tip of her tongue all the way to his lips. His lips were tightly pressed against hers, and he rubbed them inappropriately. Hu Xiaoheng's kiss was stronger than before, and Gu Nianji soon felt her lips hurt from his kiss. She couldn't help but cry out. Hu Xiaoheng paused for a moment, then kissed her even more forcefully. It was like the tide crashing against the shore, wave after wave. Gu Nianji's lips went from stiff from nervousness to trembling from slight pain, and then numb and swollen. She thought her lips must be swollen from his kiss, but she didn't want to retreat at all. Instead, she responded to his kiss even more passionately. She could feel that Hu Xiaoheng was different from before, but she couldn't tell exactly what was different. This was because Hu Xiaoheng was still controlling her mind and body, and she was immersed in his intense desire, unable to extricate herself. Hu Xiaoheng held her neck with both hands and kissed her more and more passionately. His body slowly changed. Gu Nianji was dizzy from his kiss and only realized something was wrong after a while. She desperately wanted to move back, not wanting to touch something she shouldn't touch. Perhaps because she was struggling too hard, Hu Xiaoheng gradually stopped kissing her. He pressed his head against hers and said hoarsely, "Don't move. I'll be fine after a while." Gu Nianji couldn't move even if she wanted to. She was only trying hard to move. She stopped and obediently leaned against Hu Xiaoheng's chest, but she deliberately avoided the part where Hu Xiaoheng got hard. The bedroom was so quiet that only the sound of their uneven breathing could be heard. Gu Nianji reached out to fiddle with Hu Xiaoheng's collar and pouted slightly. "Hu Xiao, what's wrong with you today?" It was fine that he came back so late, but he actually came to her room the moment he came back, kissed her until she was dizzy, and said those words. "Nothing, I just missed you." Hu Xiaoheng's voice was still raspy, but it was even more magnetic. Gu Nianji's ears were about to melt. She leaned weakly against Hu Xiaoheng's chest and lowered her eyes. She pretended to ask casually, "Really? Why do you want me to never leave you?" Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. "Are you afraid that I'll leave you?" Gu Nianji waited for a while and asked again when Hu Xiaoheng didn't respond. Hu Xiaoheng grunted and said dryly, "I spent so much energy and time on you. I even spent money. I can't just let you run away like this. I know you can't leave me, right?" Gu Nianji's small hand climbed up his neck and caressed the side of his neck. "Who told you not to tell the truth?" Her fingers were soft and delicate with an indescribable gentleness. Hu Xiaoheng's entire body trembled with every caress. He almost couldn't control himself. Only with his strong willpower from years of training could he resist Gu Nianji's temptation. "Who can't leave who? Do we even need to discuss this?" Hu Xiaoheng's voice became even more hoarse. He removed her hand from his neck and pressed it against his chest. Gu Nianji wasn't satisfied with this answer. Her hand was firmly held by Hu Xiaoheng again, so she couldn't tease him anymore. She bit her lip in defeat and even purposely rubbed against Hu Xiaoheng's private area. She straddled his lap and was pulled closer by him again. It was easy for her to do this. Hu Xiaoheng looked at her without batting an eyelid. One of his hands had already reached under her pajamas and was gently kneading her waist. Gu Nianji's waist was very thin. It wasn't thin like a stick, but thin enough to be held in one's hand. She wasn't actually thin, but because she had a small frame, she didn't look fat even if she had meat. Also, it felt unexpectedly good. He didn't know if it was because her skin was especially delicate or because her curves were too alluring. Gu Nianji twisted her body. She was ticklish and looked up with a chuckle. Seeing Hu Xiaoheng's Adam's apple bobbing up and down, she pursed her lips and tilted her head up. She stretched her neck slightly and kissed Hu Xiaoheng's Adam's apple. Or rather, it couldn't be called a kiss. She bit his Adam's apple and used the tip of her tongue to trace the shape of his Adam's apple. She then opened her lips to wrap around his bulging Adam's apple and licked it gently. Hu Xiaoheng's mouth went dry from her sucking. Where did you learn this trick? I didn't need to learn it. I learned it without a teacher. Gu Nianji released Hu Xiaoheng's Adam's apple and licked it again before letting him go. It wasn't that she wanted to let him go, but she was shocked by the sudden increase in hardness under his body. Gu Nianji released his Adam's apple and Hu Xiaoheng could breathe normally. He had never thought that his Adam's apple was actually one of his sensitive spots. Hu Xiaoheng instinctively touched it. However, Gu Nianji had already lowered her eyes to look at the large bulge between Hu Xiaoheng's legs in a daze. What are you looking at? Hu Xiaoheng looked down to follow her gaze. He wanted to tease her. Gu Nianji glanced at it and then looked away. However, not long after, she looked back again. It was like there was some kind of magic there that attracted her gaze. No matter where she looked, she couldn't help but look back. What the f***ck, Gu Nianji was very upset, but she couldn't control her gaze. She had no choice but to make up her mind and throw herself at Hu Xiaoheng. She whispered in his ear. What does it look like down there? Can you let me see? Hu Xiaoheng didn't expect Gu Nianji to make such a request. He smiled and began to tease her. Where is that? It's here. Gu Nianji reached out with a slender finger and pointed at his hard spot. Hu Xiaoheng quickly grabbed her hand to stop her from doing anything rash. He warned her in a low voice. That's enough. I'll just take a look. Gu Nianji's voice was very soft and delicate. It was like a feather caressing his ear. A numb and trembling feeling spread from his earlobe. Hu Xiaoheng still insisted. No. Why not? I've always been curious. Gu Nianji bit her lip and used her other hand to quickly poke him through his pants. It was extremely hard, as if a piece of iron was hidden there. She couldn't imagine how a human's body could become so hard. I'll show you later. Hu Xiaoheng said perfunctorily. He felt that their conversation was beginning to develop in a strange direction. However, the good thing was that the depression he felt when he first came in had unknowingly dissipated. She could always make him happy in just the right amount of time. Gu Nianji refused to give up. She threatened. Then I'll go online and look for pictures to see. Hu Xiaoheng twisted her waist and used force to force her to fall back. His voice was threatening. Look for pictures on the internet. You can try. It was the second watch. Everyone, hurry up and vote for me. Moi. Oh, N_N. Oh. Chapter 353. Gu Nianji could hear the threat in Hu Xiaoheng's words, but she wasn't afraid this time. Perhaps it was because Hu Xiaoheng's rare display of his sincerity had satisfied her and stopped worrying about personal gains and losses. Or perhaps it was the natural expression of her true feelings. Gu Nianji looked up at him with a smile. Are we threatening each other? We can even hurt each other. Do you want to? Hu Xiaoheng removed his hand from her waist and gently patted her butt. Although he didn't use much strength, it still caused a series of ripples. It was incredibly soft. The feeling was too good. His hand actually paused for a moment before he wanted to leave. Gu Nianji's reaction was especially fast. She quickly raised her arm and covered the back of Hu Xiaoheng's hand to block his escape route. Didn't you want to hurt each other? Continue. The area where Hu Xiaoheng's palm was pressed was so hot it was about to burn. She blushed and continued to press down on Hu Xiaoheng's hand. She ignored his faint struggle and refused to let go. A pair of big eyes were half closed. Her eyes were like limpid autumn water, and under the light, there seemed to be ripples in them. Hu Xiaoheng looked away and stopped looking at Gu Nianji's eyes. He didn't expect Gu Nianji to react so quickly. He only punished her a little, and she took advantage of it. Looking down, he saw his large hand being pressed down by a small, snow-white hand. On the other side of his palm was the soft but he had just patted. Hu Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat. His body clamored for more, but he still sat straight on Gu Nianji's chair and didn't move. He allowed his desire to explode. His breathing was light and heavy, and Gu Nianji felt an indescribable sense of arousal when she heard it. She waited for a while, but Hu Xiaoheng didn't move at all. She couldn't help feeling discouraged. Letting go of Hu Xiaoheng's hand, she turned to put it on his shoulder to support herself and planned to get off his lap. Hu Xiaoheng held her waist tightly. "Where are you going? You won't let me see. What's the point of me sitting here?" Gu Nianji deliberately expressed her displeasure and intentionally looked away, but the corner of her eyes kept staring at Hu Xiaoheng's indescribable body part. Her soft voice and expression were like a small hand plucking at his heartstrings. He knew that he shouldn't indulge her. If this kind of unreasonable request happened once, there would be a second time. In the end, it would develop to the point of no return. Based on his usual attitude towards Gu Nianji, he should have sternly rejected her or diverted her attention. But tonight, he could not refuse any of her requests. "You really want to see it?" Hu Xiaoheng whispered into Gu Nianji's ear. Because of the long period of forbearance, his voice was a little hoarse. Gu Nianji's ears instantly turned red, and then her ears began to itch. She quickly reached out to rub them and pretended not to care. "You'll have to show me sooner or later. It's better to do it sooner than later. I'll take responsibility after I see it." After a long silence, Hu Xiaoheng reached to his waist and began to unbuckle his belt. Gu Nianji, who had been silent, immediately widened her eyes. Her mind went blank, and she was so nervous that she even stopped breathing. Her heart pounded against her eardrums, and all she could think was, "I'm going to see it. I'm going to see it. I'm really going to see it." But the moment Hu Xiaoheng unzipped his pants, Gu Nianji suddenly closed her eyes and covered her face. She said repeatedly, "Okay, okay, put it on quickly. Put it on quickly. Why aren't you looking?" Hu Xiaoheng saw that Gu Nianji was embarrassed, so he calmly zipped up his pants. "Didn't you want to see it? You still want to take responsibility. You don't want to see it because you don't want to take responsibility." Gu Nianji felt that her face was so hot that she could definitely put an egg on it. "I'll take responsibility, but hurry up and put it in." Gu Nianji covered her face anxiously. "Are you done?" Hu Xiaoheng couldn't help laughing and continued to tease her. "Put it in. Where should I put it? Tell me a place, and I'll see if I can put it in." Gu Nianji could only cover her face with one hand and point at Hu Xiaoheng's indescribable place with the other. "I'm just putting it back in your pants. Why can't I put it in? Didn't he just put it in that place?" Pfft, he only knew how to play dumb with her. "Oh. What a pity." Hu Xiaoheng continued to buckle his belt and shook his head. "I thought you wanted me to put it in your place." Gu Nianji didn't react for a moment. She whimpered, "Are you stupid? How could you put it in my place? Where would I have space for you?" As soon as she finished speaking, she finally understood what Hu Xiaoheng was asking and what her answer was. She was embarrassed and angry at the same time, so she gritted her teeth and let go. Her watery eyes stared at Hu Xiaoheng, but it didn't have much of a deterrent force. It only made him feel extremely tempted and delicious. Hu Xiaoheng gulped and hugged her fiercely again, kissing her hard. He kissed her lips, and one of his hands had already followed her waistline and rubbed up a few times. Gu Nianji's whole body went soft from his kisses. She nestled in his arms and clutched his collar tightly. Her voice was trembling so much that it was out of tune. She was kissed until she was about to faint. Hua Xiaoheng finally let go of her and pushed her away. He hurriedly got up and returned to the suite across from his. Gu Nianji stood with the support of the desk and panted heavily. She looked in the direction where Hua Xiaoheng disappeared and thought about it for a long time. She couldn't control her feet and walked out of her bedroom to the door across from Hua Xiaoheng's. The door was already locked, so she knocked. Hua Xiao. She waited for a while, but there was no answer. Gu Nianji could only turn on the intercom at the door and called again. Hua Xiao. There was still no response. She didn't want to go back to her room, so she turned around and leaned against the wall by the door. She recalled what she had just seen and couldn't help covering her face again. She actually saw a little bit of black hair, so men actually had hair there. She leaned against the wall and thought about it for a long time before she heard Hua Xiaoheng's voice from the intercom. Nianji. What are you doing in front of my door? Gu Nianji turned around and realized her legs were numb. She glanced at her watch and realized she had been standing in front of Hua Xiaoheng's door for half an hour. She smoothed her hair and blushed into the intercom. I still have something to ask you. She then added, it's about Zhang Feng's property authorization. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. Hua Xiao, what are you doing? I've been waiting for half an hour. Gu Nianji knocked on the door. Are you busy? Hua Xiaoheng said. I want to shower. Come in first. He opened the door remotely. Gu Nianji dashed inside and immediately locked the door. Hua Xiaoheng's suite was very large. Her suite wasn't small, but Hua Xiaoheng's suite was 3 times the size of hers. There was a living room, study, gym, small meeting room, small kitchen, sunroom, and a bathroom outside for guests. There was also a large bathroom in the innermost bedroom. Gu Nianji took a minute to walk to Hua Xiaoheng's bedroom. She pushed the door open and saw that the lights were dim. The sound of the bathroom running water had just begun. He took so long to shower. She didn't know what he was doing. Gu Nianji thought to herself and looked around. She saw a military magazine on his bed and sat down to read it. When Hua Xiaoheng came out of the shower, she was already sitting cross-legged on the bed and reading the magazine with her chin on her hand. Gu Nianji heard the bathroom door open and looked up to see Hua Xiaoheng walk out. He was topless and had a white towel wrapped around his waist. He was turning to open the closet to take out some clothes. Hua Xiaoheng's tall back was facing her. The wheat-colored back muscles on both sides of his waist were strong and well-defined. Her former college roommate, Little Temptress, had told her that the muscles here were commonly known as the Triscato. The stronger they were, the more capable they were. Gu Nianji's face turned even redder. She felt like her head was about to explode from all the messy thoughts in her head. She quickly got up from the bed to leave. Hua Xiaoheng reached out to grab her. Where are you going? Didn't you say you wanted to talk about the power of attorney? I'm sleepy. We'll talk about it tomorrow. I'm going back to sleep now. Gu Nianji's eyes darted around. She tried her best to raise her head and not look below Hua Xiaoheng's waist. Although it was also wrapped in a towel and she couldn't see anything, Gu Nianji couldn't stop her imagination from running wild. Hua Xiaoheng laughed. You're really sleepy. Then why are you hugging my pillow? This is the first watch. I'm asking for monthly votes at the third watch today. And recommendation votes. Recommendation votes on Monday are very important, dear. The second watch is 1 in the afternoon and the third watch is 7 at night. I hope my dear friends will vote more. Mwah. Chapter 354. What is pillow? Gu Nianji was confused, but when she looked down, she was indeed hugging a pillow. She quickly turned around to throw the pillow onto Hu Xiaoheng's bed and fled in a panic. Hu Xiaoheng smiled at her back and didn't stop her. He went to the closet to get a black t-shirt and pants and changed into them. He then opened the door to the suite and turned on the lights in the living room before returning to the study to start work. Gu Nianji couldn't fall asleep in her bedroom. She tossed and turned in bed, occasionally looking at the light shining in from the door. It was the light from Hu Xiaoheng's room. Gu Nianji reached out and imagined the light falling on her palm. She gripped it gently, like she was holding Hu Xiaoheng's hand. Hu Xiaoheng turned on his computer to deal with a few emails, then looked at the progress of Zhang Feng's case. Although he knew it was the new year and most people didn't have work, he still felt it was too slow. He wanted to close the case as soon as possible. An hour had passed by the time he finished his work. Hu Xiaoheng drank a glass of water and went to see Gu Nianji. As soon as he entered her bedroom, he saw her quickly turn her back to him. Hu Xiaoheng knew she wasn't asleep yet, so he sat by her bed and adjusted her blankets. He asked her quietly, "Why aren't you asleep?" Gu Nianji's face was burning red. She had been fantasizing and didn't expect the Prince Charming she had just fantasized about to come sit by her bed. The shock was too much. Gu Nianji, who had always been fond of dragons, retreated into her shell. "Why is your face so red? Are you sick?" Hu Xiaoheng touched her forehead with his hand. His movement was very gentle, only a touch, then he quickly left like a dragonfly skimming the water. Gu Nianji hated herself for not having the habit of turning off the lights to sleep. That way, Hu Xiaoheng wouldn't be able to see her burning red face in the dark. She turned around to look at Hu Xiaoheng, her large eyes watery. She snorted softly, "I'm not sick. I'll fall asleep immediately." Hu Xiaoheng gazed deeply at her and touched her face. He wanted to say something but stopped himself. In the end, he only turned off the lights for her. "Go to sleep. I'll keep the lights on and wait for you to fall asleep." After Hu Xiaoheng left, Gu Nianji hid under the blankets and thought, "Gu Nianji, you pervert, you're hopeless. Hu Xiao only wanted to kiss your lips, but you were thinking about his body. However, his back muscles were really sexy. I really want to wrap my legs around it. I can't think about it anymore." Sleep, sleep. Gu Nianji covered her head with the blanket and finally forced herself to sleep. She didn't sleep well. She woke up at 6:00 the next morning and couldn't go back to sleep. She had no choice but to wash up and go for a morning jog. In the winter morning, the air was bone-chilling, but there was a hint of freshness in the cold. Taking a deep breath, the coldness in her lungs cleared her head. He had finally woken up from his dream last night. Gu Nianji started running. She ran 5 or 6 laps around the training track before she slowed down. Hu Xiaoheng came back from his morning exercise and saw Gu Nianji's tall figure as he passed the track. Her hair was tied up in a high ponytail, revealing her fair and full forehead. She was still panting because she had just run. Her small and exquisite nose flapped slightly, giving her a different kind of charm. Hu Xiaoheng didn't disturb her. He quietly watched her for a while under a tree on the side of the road before turning to return to his official residence. During breakfast, he didn't wait for Gu Nianji. He quickly finished eating alone and went to work in the office building. When Gu Nianji returned from her run, only Song Jining was eating breakfast in the dining room. "Good morning, Auntie Song." Gu Nianji sat across from Song Jining and looked around. "Where are Hu Xiao, Brother Xiong, and Brother Zhe? Have they had breakfast yet?" "They finished a long time ago and said they'll officially start work today." Song Jining spread butter on her toast. "I have to work too. I have to report to the institute today." Song Jining was now the director of the Institute of High Energy Physics, but she hadn't had a job in 16 years. She wasn't sure if she could adapt. Gu Nianji ate her milk and oatmeal and thought about it. She said to Song Jining, if there's anything you're not used to, don't force yourself. You can tell me or tell Hua Xiao directly. I'll tell him anyway. Song Jining nodded with a smile. I'll definitely tell him. Nianji, I won't hold back. If I need your help, I'll definitely look for you. I couldn't ask for more. Gu Nianji nodded. It would be my honor to help you. The two chatted happily and returned to their rooms to shower and change after breakfast. They both had to go out in the morning. Zhang Baochen also left early in the morning and waited in front of the military police building. He came earlier than his appointment with Gu Nianji because he wanted to talk to Zhang Feng first. Seeing that he was back, Zhang Feng hurriedly asked, is there news? Are you here to take me home? Zhang Baochen pursed his lips and coughed softly. He leaned forward and lowered his voice. Mom, what do you plan on doing with your assets? Why don't you sign a power of attorney and give me full authority over them? Zhang Feng immediately became cautious. My assets? Why are you asking this? What power of attorney? Zhang Baochen stammered. He knew he couldn't say he was auctioning them off to pay off his debt. Zhang Feng would never agree to it if he did. In a moment of desperation, he blurted out, didn't you say you were doing this for me? Can't you give it to me now? Zhang Feng was a bit upset and looked at Zhang Baochen blankly. She shook her head. You're just doing this for my money. What's the rush? I'm not dead yet. Yes, I'm doing this for you, but that doesn't mean I have to give it to you now. Zhang Baochen was tongue-tied. He stammered for a long time before saying, but I don't have any money right now. If you don't have any money, ask the chief for it. Zhang Feng glared at him. Why are you so stupid? You should take this opportunity to move back and live with the bureau chief. Can't you be a little more ambitious by staring at the things in my hands? Zhang Baochen was also angry. So you're growing up just because you're watching the chief? Mom, what do you want? I'm trying to help you. If you want to help me, then go ask the chief. I'm telling you, this is the only way. Zhang Feng stood up. I'm going back now. You can go. She did feel uncomfortable in her heart. Her son, whom she loved dearly in the palm of her hand, only had eyes for her money. She hadn't even been released yet and he was already thinking of stealing her assets. Zhang Baochen walked out in disappointment. He hung his head and stood listlessly in the plaza in front of the building. He stared at the empty streets in a daze. He didn't know if he should continue waiting. What use would Gu Nianji have the power of attorney in Zhang Feng's situation? He didn't think Zhang Feng would sign it. After hesitating for a while, he decided to leave. Just as he was about to flag a taxi, he saw Gu Nianji get out of a BMW and walk towards him. Zhang Baochen stopped and nodded at Gu Nianji. Miss Gu, you're here. Gu Nianji looked at Zhang Baochen. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s, tall and thin. He didn't look much like Grandfather Hua. His face shape was the same as Zhang Feng's, but his eyes were very similar to Grandfather Hua's. Of Grandfather Hua's 3 sons, Gu Nianji had only seen Hua Guanchen and Zhang Baochen. Both of their eyes looked like Grandfather Hua's. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes didn't look like his father's, so naturally they didn't look like Grandfather Hua's. But they didn't look like his mother's either. They should look like his grandmother's. Gu Nianji took out the power of attorney and passed it to Zhang Baochen. You've been waiting. This is the power of attorney. Take it to your mother and let her sign it. I'll wait for you outside. Zhang Baochen didn't take it. He shook his head with a bitter smile. I went just now, but my mother wouldn't sign it. Gu Nianji was speechless. She looked at the power of attorney she had spent a few hours making last night. She didn't want to give up. After thinking about it, Gu Nianji asked Zhang Baochen what he had told Zhang Feng. Zhang Baochen repeated what he had said, word by word. Gu Nianji's brows furrowed slightly. She thought about it for a while and came up with an idea. She smiled slyly and said to Zhang Baochen, "Go in again and tell her that she has too much assets under her name. The court can force the auction of her assets without her consent. So if she wants to protect her assets, it's best that she gives all her assets to you. You're her first heir anyway. If she doesn't give it to you now, she won't be able to give you anything in the future." It was the second watch. Asking for monthly votes at the third watch today. And recommendation votes. Recommendation votes on Monday were very important, dear. 7 p.m. of the third watch. I hope my dear friends will vote more. Moi. Oh, N_N. Oh. Chapter 355. Give. Isn't that an authorization? Zhang Baochen was confused. She won't agree to it. You first make a more stringent request to get her to reject it, then make a slightly more stringent request. Gu Nianji could only explain to Zhang Baochen step by step, then she'll agree. Zhang Baochen didn't really understand. Are you sure this will work? Wait, I'll make another copy of the transfer of assets. You just have to add a few words to this authorization. Gu Nianji took out her laptop and opened the original document. She quickly saved it as a transfer of assets and deleted some of the terms of the agent. She reorganized it according to the template of a direct transfer of assets. Gu Nianji and Zhang Baochen took the flash drive and went to the military police building to get someone to help her print out the transfer of assets. Here, take these 2 documents to see your mother. Gu Nianji stuffed the 2 documents into Zhang Baochen's hands. Your mother won't be able to accept the transfer of assets first. Then you take out the authorization and say it's better to be safe than sorry. It's inconvenient for her to deal with her assets in prison, so you'll help her run errands outside. Not only will you need to use money, but if something goes wrong, you can deal with it immediately. You don't have to wait until you can see your mother to make a decision. That would really be too late. Zhang Baochen finally understood what Gu Nianji meant. He looked at the 2 documents and stuffed them into his briefcase. Then I'll try again. Zhang Feng saw Zhang Baochen for the second time today. She didn't want to see him at first, but Zhang Baochen told the prison guards that he had something important to discuss with her, so she came out reluctantly. What is it now? Zhang Feng was impatient. If it's about the assets, then don't talk about it. Zhang Baochen placed the transfer of assets on the table uncomfortably and muttered, "Mom, it's like this. I thought about it outside and felt that I didn't explain the reason clearly and caused you to misunderstand." Misunderstand? Why would I misunderstand? Zhang Feng wanted to roll her eyes. She was on the verge of breaking down after 3 to 4 days in prison. Isn't it all about money? Zhang Baochen was furious now. Why did he have to run around outside and see people rolling their eyes at him? Wasn't it so that his mother wouldn't go to jail? But in his mother's eyes, it seemed that she really didn't care about going to jail. As long as she could keep her money, but the problem was, with her current condition, could she keep it? Gu Nianji's words reminded him that once Zhang Feng was sentenced, her assets would automatically be confiscated. Not only would she lose her money, but she would also be charged with refusing to voluntarily return her illegal gains. Did she really want to spend the rest of her life in prison? She didn't care, but Zhang Baochen cared, and so did his children. Is it good to have a grandmother in prison? He and Qian Shihui had always wanted their children to marry into a wealthy family. Now that Zhang Feng was in trouble, they would never be able to enter that social class again. Zhang Baochen frowned. Mom, all you think about is money. Have you ever considered that once you are convicted, your property will be judged by the court to be obtained illegally, and will be confiscated as well? Rather than having it confiscated at that time, you might as well give it to me now. Zhang Baochen pushed the document towards Zhang Feng. Just sign it. Otherwise, you won't be able to keep your money, and you won't be able to protect yourself. Nonsense. Zhang Feng panicked. Her heart wrenched in pain, and her face scrunched up. No. I won't be sentenced. Zhang Baochen didn't say anything. He just looked at Zhang Feng and waited for her to calm down before saying bitterly, Mom, it's not up to you to decide whether or not to sentence me. If you still don't listen to me, then I really have no choice but to visit you a few more times in the future. Pft, pft, pft. Zhang Feng scolded him profusely. Why don't you find someone to help me, and instead say such depressing things? Are you even my son? Have you spoken to the chief? Will he allow you to go back? Zhang Baochen shook his head. The chief has already given me a house. How can he let me go back? Zhang Feng stared at him blankly. How did things end up like this? Grandfather Hua had clearly agreed to marry her before Christmas last year. How did everything fall apart after the Lunar New Year? Mom. Are you listening to what I'm saying? Zhang Baochen knocked on the table and followed Gu Nianji's instructions to toss out another document. If you don't want to sign the document now, that's fine too. Here's the document, you can sign it. This authorization form only authorizes me to help you manage your assets. You will still be the owner of the assets. Oh. Zhang Feng's mood suddenly sank. She didn't want to argue with her son anymore. She couldn't just hand over all her assets to Zhang Baochen now, even if he was her son. But she could authorize a portion of her assets to him. That was also to give herself a way out. Deep in her heart, she still didn't believe that she would actually go to jail. But it was better to be safe than sorry. So she gave half of her assets to Zhang Baochen as a form of insurance for Baochen's family. Zhang Feng looked down at the list of assets in the authorization form. She crossed out half of it and said to Zhang Baochen, remove this half. I'll authorize you to handle the other half. Zhang Baochen thought about it. This was better than not signing at all. But the authorization form was messed up. He had to get a clean copy. Okay, I'll get someone to print another authorization form and bring it back for you to sign. Zhang Baochen stood up and left with the document. He met with Gu Nianji outside and said, My mom only agreed to authorize me half of the assets. As he spoke, he showed her the authorization form that Zhang Feng had altered. Gu Nianji looked at it for a while and nodded. Okay, we'll do as she says. We'll take as much as we can. Zhang Baochen also knew how stubborn his mother was. This was probably the most she could do. Zhang Baochen took the amended authorization form in again. This time, Zhang Feng signed it without hesitation. After signing, she even reminded Zhang Baochen, you must be careful. Don't let others cheat you. These are all properties. You just have to collect the rent. You don't have to do anything else to make sure Wenna and Wenjie don't have to worry about food and clothing. Zhang Baochen nodded. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. Zhang Feng was indeed doing this for his family. But these methods were too much. Even Zhang Baochen couldn't take it. He returned with the signed authorization form to Gu Nianji. Xiaoheng asked me to give this to you to bring back. Gu Nianji took out another authorization form for Zhang Baochen to sign. This is an authorization form for a professional to auction off the properties. Sign it and the auction will begin soon. Zhang Baochen quickly signed it and asked her, do we have to return the money to the military after the auction? Of course. The military will give you a receipt. Gu Nianji placed the signed documents in her briefcase. She waved goodbye to Zhang Baochen and got into the car. She returned to the Special Operations Forces headquarters and sent the two documents to Hua Xiaoheng's office. Hua Xiao, this is the authorization form you requested. Hua Xiaoheng flipped it open and was confused. Why did the assets decrease by so much? Zhang Feng only authorized half of the assets to Zhang Baoqin. There was nothing we could do. Gu Nianji shrugged. She didn't even want to authorize a single cent before. We had to persuade her repeatedly before she finally relented. Hua Xiaoheng shook his head speechlessly. He filed the documents and waved goodbye to Gu Nianji. Go back first. I have a meeting to attend. Gu Nianji knew Hua Xiaoheng was a busy man. She also had things to attend to, so she left happily and returned to her room in the official residence to prepare for school. Hua Xiaoheng immediately found an auction house he was familiar with after receiving the authorization form. He asked them to take over the properties and begin the auction. The auction house only opened on the 16th of January. Because it was Hua Xiaoheng's entrustment, the auction house opened on the 6th of January to handle half of Zhang Feng's properties. Zhang Feng's properties were all bought in good locations in big cities. They were luxuriously decorated and had large living spaces. All of them were considered luxurious. It wasn't difficult to get rid of them. Not only were the properties of good quality, but they were also in good school districts. To sell them off as soon as possible, the auction house didn't even raise the price. They used the purchase price of the properties as the starting bid. There were indeed many people who knew their stuff. A private auction that wasn't open only took half a day to sell off half of Zhang Feng's properties. That was about 600 million. The money had to be transferred to the auction house's bank account within 3 days. 3 days later, Hua Xiaoheng came to see grandfather Hua with the receipt from the bank account. Grandfather, head nurse Zhang authorized half of her assets to her son. This is the proceeds from the auction. It's only half of her debt. Hua Xiaoheng placed the bank notice in front of grandfather Hua. What do you think we should do? It was the third watch. Asking for monthly votes at the third watch today. And recommendation votes. Recommendation votes on Monday are very important, dear. I hope my dear friends will vote more monthly. Wax. Oh, N_N, oh. Chapter 356. Only half. Grandfather Hua frowned and took the bank notice. He looked down and read it several times. Are you sure it was auctioned off at the best price? A professional auction house. I personally commissioned it. If they dare to interfere, they can forget about doing business in the country. Hua Xiaoheng sat back on the sofa and rested one arm on the back of the sofa, looking very relaxed. Grandfather Hua was silent and looked at him a few more times. If you don't believe me, get someone to check the market price of these houses. Then you'll know if it's the best price. Also, it's only a day and it's a small auction. What else do you want? Hua Xiaoheng was very detailed and honest. Where is the best price? It's all relative. A small auction. I don't think that's a good idea. Grandfather Hua said slowly. If not many people come, how can the auction get the best price? Hua Xiaoheng nodded. Okay, then I'll return the money and request the auction house to advertise it all over the country, or even the world. We'll auction it online so everyone in the world can bid. Is that okay? Isn't that the best price? But are you sure you want everyone to know what's going on with these houses? To know that your girlfriend became a billionaire in just a few decades? Grandfather Hua was about to agree when he looked up to see Hua Xiaoheng's expressionless face. He paused and quickly understood. Of course not. How can we auction it publicly? Yes. Since you're against public auctions, then this is the best price. Hua Xiaoheng stood up. If you don't object, I'll transfer the money to the military account tomorrow. Grandfather Hua had no choice but to return the bank notice to Hua Xiaoheng. What about the other half? There are two ways. One is for Zhang Feng to give Zhang Baochen full authority over the remaining half of the assets, and will continue the auction. What about the other way? Grandfather Hua obviously knew that the first way was not feasible. If Zhang Feng was willing to sell, she would have given the authority to Zhang Baochen long ago. Hua Xiaoheng folded his hands. The other way is for her to owe it and add a few more years to her sentence. The wrinkles at the corners of Grandfather Hua's eyes deepened. He pursed his lips tightly. The wrinkles on both sides of his nose were like two deep ravines. Add a few more years. She wasn't young anymore. Would she be able to come out alive after a few more years? No. Grandfather Hua finally objected. Then what do you suggest? Hua Xiaoheng bent down to pick up his coat from the sofa and put it on. Why don't you go talk to head nurse Zhang and try to persuade her? But he couldn't meet Zhang Feng empty-handed. Old Master Hua thought about it and sighed. How about we do it this way? Xiaoheng, return the rest of the money to her. After this is over, I'll ask her to return the money to you. Are you sure? Hua Xiaoheng smirked. It's not a small amount of money. What if I lend it out and can't get it back in the future? No, she won't. She won't disobey my orders. Grandfather Hua assumed the posture of a general. That's settled then. You pay it back first. No. Hua Xiaoheng objected slowly. Unless head nurse Zhang uses the remaining half of her assets as collateral, then I'll help her pay off her debt. What's the difference between using the remaining half of her assets as collateral and using it herself? Grandfather Hua finally lost his temper. All these years, I've transferred all of your grandmother's funds to you without any change. Now you're not even willing to do me a favor, grandfather. Hua Xiaoheng's expression darkened. You've finally spoken. I've been waiting for you to say something. Grandfather Hua's lips opened and closed. He wanted to say something, but found that no words would work. I've been thinking about how far you and head nurse Zhang will go before you'll stop. Hua Xiaoheng shook his coat and put it on. Do I really want people to laugh at me for saying that the grandson pays the bills for the grandfather's women? Grandfather Hua was fuming with anger. He punched the back of the sofa. Nonsense. You make it sound so bad. What women? Is Zhang Feng one of those cheap women who can't even be seen in public? In my eyes, she can't even be compared to those cheap women who can't even be seen in public. Hua Xiaoheng raised his head. Those women at least know their place. But Zhang Feng doesn't even know how to spell the word shame. How can you say that about her? If your grandmother heard the grandson she raised speak ill of her, she wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Grandfather Hua almost pointed at Hua Xiaoheng's nose and scolded him. I've only ever told the truth. You can't say it's evil just because the truth isn't nice. If Hua Xiaoheng really wanted to argue, he would be as eloquent as Gu Nianji. Plus, he'd kept these words in his heart for a long time. He had to say it now. In this family, ever since grandmother fell ill, she became the mistress behind the scenes. After grandmother passed away 18 years ago, the Hua family changed their surname to Zhang. She pissed grandmother off. She used the Hua family's power to earn money, meddle with military supplies, and launder money. She can't clear her name of any of these crimes. Hua Xiaoheng crossed his arms. His expression was cold. I already said I wronged her first. What could she have done wrong? Grandfather Hua had always been apologetic about this. If he hadn't gotten drunk that night, he wouldn't have had that one night with her. Everything that happened afterward was all because of that night. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. What do you mean? Because you were in the wrong first. She was an innocent girl from beginning to end. She didn't do anything wrong. Grandfather, you really treat her differently. You did make a mistake, but that doesn't change the fact that she was also in the wrong. Not only was she in the wrong, but she was also guilty. Are you scolding your grandfather by saying that? Grandfather Hua still tried to defend Zhang Feng. He pointed at his own nose and sneered. If your grandfather isn't a good person, what good are you? I also regret it, but I can't choose my birth. Just like how I can't change the fact that you and my father are my family. Hua Xiaoheng's words meant he was breaking ties with grandfather Hua and Hua Guanchen. Hua Guanchen stood at the door without saying a word. Seeing the grandfather and granddaughter arguing in the room, he finally opened the door and walked in. He said sternly to Hua Xiaoheng, "Xiaoheng, how can you speak to grandfather like that? Did I say something wrong?" If grandmother hadn't intentionally suppressed Zhang Feng when she was still alive, she would have exposed her affair with grandfather long ago. Father knows about it too. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at Hua Guanchen and turned to the stunned grandfather Hua. Grandfather, did you think you could have kept this scandal a secret for so long with your methods? And to such an impeccable degree? Did you think that if this scandal had been exposed back then, you would still be able to climb to the position of second in command of the Supreme Military Council? You. What did you say? Grandfather Hua felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His entire body stiffened. You said that your grandmother, knew, when she was alive, that, me and her, of course. If you don't believe me, you can ask Zhang Feng yourself. She knows best. Hua Xiaoheng tried his best to control himself and spoke slowly. Ever since grandmother was bedridden, Zhang Feng started to give the game away in front of grandmother. Do you know what it's like for a seriously ill woman to suddenly find out that the husband she loved all her life had cheated on her long ago and had an illegitimate child? Grandfather Hua was completely speechless. His heart was greatly shaken. Tears welled up in his eyes uncontrollably. His legs were so weak that he couldn't even stand properly. He could only lean against the back of the sofa for support. He had always believed that he had never wronged his wife. Even though he had a one-night stand with Zhang Feng when he was drunk, he didn't like Zhang Feng at all. It was a mistake. Later, he had feelings for Zhang Feng after his wife had passed away. He didn't expect his wife to have known about all of this. It was understandable why she had added such a line in her will. He kept replaying his wife's face in his mind. He thought about her every frown and smile. Even when she was so ill that she had a bad temper, he kept replaying it. Of course he had loved his wife. They were each other's first love and had been together for more than 30 years. Their relationship had always been good. Until that year when she fell ill and Zhang Feng came between them. Zhang Feng didn't kill grandmother herself, but her methods were 100 times more despicable than doing it herself. Because she destroyed grandmother's hope of survival, Hua Xiaoheng said word by word. He wanted to let the man in front of him know all the sadness, regret, pain and unbearability he had felt when his grandmother had passed away. He should have known that he didn't deserve such deep love from a woman. He should have spent the rest of his life repenting, not trying to marry the woman who had angered his wife to death. This was the first night watch. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. The second night watch was 1 in the afternoon. P.S. Thank you to Hui Xuanmai for tipping me yesterday. I owe this dear one an update. I'll write it down in my notebook. Mwah. Oh, N_N, oh. Chapter 357. Grandfather Hua was trembling so hard that he could barely stand. He supported himself against the back of the sofa and sat down. Hua Guanchen hurried over and asked, "Dad, are you all right?" "All right? I'm so mad at you." Grandfather Hua glared at Hua Guanchen and raised his hand to slap him. He pointed at his nose and asked loudly, "Why didn't you tell me earlier if you knew?" He vented all his anger on Huo Guanchen. Huo Guanchen didn't dare dodge and took the hit. "Ha, you two appreciate each other. I won't keep you company." Huo Xiaoheng calmly adjusted his coat. "Goodbye." He turned around and strode towards the door. "Stop." Huo Guanchen quickly stopped Huo Xiaoheng and said sternly, "That's enough. Don't you think our family has embarrassed ourselves enough?" Huo Xiaoheng stopped in his tracks and remained silent. He put his hands in his pockets and turned around. His lips curled into a smile as he shook his head. "If you had known that you would embarrass yourselves, you wouldn't have done something like this in the first place. It's one thing for you to teach your father a lesson, but you actually want to teach your grandfather a lesson." Huo Guanchen was furious. "I'm going to ask Song Jining how she raised her son." "That's where you're wrong." Huo Xiaoheng bowed slightly and said politely, "Grandmother raised me." "Father, are you going to ask grandmother how she raised me in the afterlife?" At the mention of his mother, Huo Guanchen immediately deflated like a deflated balloon. His entire being seemed to dissipate. He fell down next to grandfather Hua and supported his head with his hands. He said helplessly, "If mother was still alive, so much wouldn't have happened at home. Mother loved eldest brother the most. If eldest brother was still alive." Huo Xiaoheng looked at his watch and said calmly, "My mother is going to restart the experiment soon. Uncle won't die in vain." He had grown up with his grandmother and was very familiar with his uncle, Huo Guanyuan. Huo Guanyuan was close to his mother, Xie Zian, while Huo Guanchen was close to his father, Huo Xuanong. Huo Guanchen stood up abruptly. "Your mother is going to restart the experiment. When? Is she still living at your place?" Huo Xiaoheng glanced at him and shook his head speechlessly before turning to leave again. This time, no matter what Huo Guanchen said behind him, he didn't turn around. Huo Guanchen saw that he couldn't stop Huo Xiaoheng, so he could only persuade grandfather Hua. "Dad, Xiaoheng's like this. Over the years, his prestige in the army has been growing, and his thoughts are getting deeper and deeper. Even I can't figure him out." "I know. Xiaoheng was promoted to Major General at such a young age and was the most promising in our family. He's smarter than Guanyuan and more tolerant than you, so his achievements are naturally greater than yours." Grandfather Hua sighed and curled up on the sofa, unable to get up for a long time. Regarding head nurse Zhang. Huo Guanchen glanced at grandfather Hua. "What do you plan to do?" "I'll go see her tomorrow. For the last time, I want to ask her some questions." Grandfather Hua's eyes were originally very energetic, but now it was as if all the blood in them had been sucked out. He couldn't even lift his eyelids. Huo Guanchen didn't know what to say. He walked over to the coffee table and poured grandfather Hua a cup of tea. "Have some. Don't get too worked up. Your blood pressure is rising again, isn't it?" Grandfather Hua slowly finished his tea and placed the gold-rimmed bone china teacup with a pale butterfly pattern on the coffee table. He looked down at it and said, "This was your mother's favorite tea set. Didn't I say to put it away? Why is it being used now?" Huo Guanchen was speechless. It had been used for a long time, but he only saw it now. All the utensils in the house were arranged by Zhelan. Huo Guanchen coughed. But this tea set was indeed used by head nurse Zhang because she said she liked it. Grandfather Huo was speechless for a long time. Huo Xiaoheng sat on the sofa like a statue. After a long time, when the sky outside was darkening, he finally whispered to Huo Guanchen. "Xiaoheng said that you also know what your mother did all those years ago." "Actually, it's nothing." Huo Guanchen poured himself a cup of tea uncomfortably and gently blew on it to hide his embarrassment. "I just gave head nurse Zhang a reminder when she was being evaluated." "A reminder?" Yes, head nurse Zhang was indeed tempted at that time. Father, you were at a critical juncture of being promoted to Major General, so mother let her know that if word got out about her illegitimate child, she wouldn't even be able to keep her position in the army, let alone get married. She would definitely be persuaded to retire and go home to live on her own. Huo Guanchen immediately continued, but mother didn't do anything. She only asked Sister Chang to chat with someone for a while. Head nurse Zhang is a smart person and immediately understood what was going on. She never appeared in front of mother again. It's like this. Grandfather Huo closed his eyes. Your mother is indeed very smart. Although she came from a good family and was pampered since she was young, she's not ignorant of the ways of the world. What he actually wanted to say was that Xie Zian was stubborn and had never been willing to bow down. When they had conflicts in the past, it was always Hu Xuanong who took the initiative to apologize. But this kind of person actually tolerated the incident with Zhang Feng. Grandfather Hu felt indescribably sad just thinking about it. Father, don't be too sad. Mother is stubborn, and Xiaoheng has the exact same temper as his grandmother. Huo Guanchen comforted Grandfather Hua. It's been so many years since head nurse Zhang's incident. You already have a son and a grandson. Don't worry about it anymore. Time could not be turned back. Everything that had been done and said would leave a mark. Not to mention a living person. Grandfather Hua knew that he would never be able to rest in peace for the rest of his life. He stood up. I'm going to rest. You should sleep early too. Grandfather Hua was actually not asleep when he returned to his room. He tossed and turned the entire night and woke up before the sun rose the next morning. He hurriedly ate breakfast and called for a taxi to take him to see Zhang Feng. Hu Xiaoheng received the news and personally followed behind to the reception room where the military police temporarily held the prisoners. When Grandfather Hu met with Zhang Feng, Hu Xiaoheng had already ordered Zhao Liangzi to take over all the surveillance cameras in the reception room. If the two of them were to argue and bring up any inappropriate topics, he would be able to shut off the cameras in time. Grandfather Hua and Zhang Feng knew that their meeting was under strict control, but they did not know that Hu Xiaoheng was the person under strict control. Half of your assets have been auctioned, but it's only enough to pay off half of the debt. Grandfather Hua sat down and looked at Zhang Feng. What do you plan to do with the other half? Auctioned? Why would it be auctioned? Who agreed to it? Zhang Feng couldn't stop screaming. That's for my son and grandchildren's living expenses. How could you be so heartless? Grandfather Hua's eyelids drooped as he said in a low voice, You think I'm heartless? Elder Hua, that money is for Baochen and his two children. Zhang Feng begged softly. Please, they don't have the Xie's backing like Xiaoheng. My parents are counting on me to make ends meet. They can't be relied on at all. Don't you have the other half? Grandfather Hua reminded her coldly. Can't you leave the other half for them? I can't give them the other half now. Zhang Feng's entire body ached at the thought of half of her assets being auctioned. She begged Grandfather Hua bitterly. Elder Hua, I beg you. I've never begged you in my life. You've begged me for many things in your life. Every time you beg me, you have to say this. You've never begged me. Grandfather Hua raised his eyebrows. Zhang Feng, is your memory really that bad? Zhang Feng blushed at Grandfather Hua's words. The corners of her mouth twitched as she lowered her head and said sadly, I don't have anything. I only have you. I can only beg you, you only know how to make trouble for me, don't you? Grandfather Hua snorted coldly. Weren't you very scheming back then? You even purposely leaked information in front of Xian's bed. As he spoke, Grandfather Hua's voice turned cold. Zhang Feng, how dare you? Zhang Feng was shocked. She raised her head abruptly and covered her face. She stared at Grandfather Hua in shock and retorted instinctively, I didn't. You didn't. It's fine if you think I'm an idiot, but if you think Zian is an idiot, then you've miscalculated. Grandfather Hua's heart ached at the thought that Xia Zian, who was lying on the bed, already knew about him and Zhang Feng. Elder Hua, you have to save me. Zhang Feng saw that the situation was dire and began to cry. I only have you, I don't want to go to jail. I've been with you for so many years, and I have a son. If you don't help me, I can't think of any other way. I can only what? Grandfather Hua slammed the table angrily. Are you going to tell everyone about the shameful things we did back then? Zhang Feng cowered and leaned back. She stammered, if you get me out, I won't tell anyone. In other words, if Grandfather Hua stood by and did nothing, Zhang Feng wouldn't let him have it easy either. She would expose everything that had happened between him and her. At this point, compared to Xia Zian's tolerance for the big picture, Zhang Feng was like a blood-sucking worm attached to him. Grandfather Hua looked at Zhang Feng's evasive gaze and wondered why he still wanted to officially marry this woman. He stood up and said in a hoarse voice, You're on your own now. If you dare to say anything, I'll be the first to deal with you. Elder Hua. Zhang Feng couldn't believe her ears. Hua Xuanong, who had taken care of her for more than a decade, was saying such heartless things to her. What's wrong? Whose rumors did you hear? They're all lies. I'm the only one who has your best interests at heart. Zhang Feng stood up and lunged forward to grab Grandfather Hua's sleeve across the long table. Have you forgotten what you said before? Grandfather Hua pushed Zhang Feng away without a word and turned to leave. At that moment, the door to the reception room opened. Hua Xiaoheng crossed his arms and leaned against the door frame with a flash drive in his hand. He shook his head at Zhang Feng. If it wasn't for me today, you would have made this public. It was the second watch. A reminder about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Oh, N_N, oh. Chapter 358. Grandfather Hua was taken aback, but quickly understood. He quickly glanced at the surveillance camera in the corner, then turned back to look at Zhang Feng before turning to leave. Elder Hua. You can't just leave me like this. Zhang Feng was truly frightened now. She wailed and tried to chase after him. Hua Xiaoheng turned around and closed the door, shutting out Zhang Feng's cries. Grandfather Hua stopped near the door and turned to look at him. He said disapprovingly, She's not that brave. She won't tell anyone. Hua Xiaoheng smiled. Then let's go. This matter ends here. I won't interfere anymore. You don't have to worry about it either. We'll see how the military decides. Zhang Feng had relied on Grandfather Hua's influence to not retire from the military despite her age, so she was still considered an active soldier. At the time, she only wanted to stay by Grandfather Hua's side. Last year, the military informed her that she could not delay it any longer and had to complete her discharge procedures. That was why she was in a hurry to marry Grandfather Hua, so that she could be with him for a long time. She didn't think that her years of planning would backfire. She would be punished even more severely by military law. Hua Xiaoheng walked behind Grandfather Hua and asked quietly again, You really don't want to give her another warning? If she's desperate, you'll be in a very passive position. Grandfather Hua replied coldly, She wouldn't dare. I know her. She's timid. Although she's greedy, she's still sincere to me. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything else. He had already warned her what he needed to warn her. He didn't even make things difficult for Zhang Feng's son and grandson. Hua Xiaoheng sent Grandfather Hua back to the Hua Manor. Hua Jialan came to greet him from afar. Elder cousin. She gathered her mink shawl. I have something to tell you. Hua Xiaoheng stopped and glanced at her. Grandfather's health hasn't been good lately, and because of the Zhangs, he's been worried day and night. Hua Jialan said carefully as she studied Hua Xiaoheng's expression. I'm thinking if I should take grandfather somewhere else to recuperate, so we can avoid them. It's fine. Hua Xiaoheng turned to leave. You should take inventory of your assets. The subpoena for the civil lawsuit will be sent to you soon. Hua Jialan watched as Hua Xiaoheng walked out the door, but didn't dare to chase after him. She paced back and forth in the living room, very distraught. Hua Guanqin came back for lunch at noon and saw Hua Jialan still standing at the door. He could not help asking her, Jialan, what are you doing here? Hua Jialan's eyes reddened when she saw Hua Guanqin. She choked out, second uncle, elder cousin said he still wants to sue me. Sue you? Sue you for what? Hua Guanqin frowned. Your mother's death has nothing to do with you. Hasn't the court already ruled? Hua Guanqin's expression darkened at the thought of Bai Jini. She was sentenced to life imprisonment. Hua Guanqin had been with her all these years and had put in his heart. Now that he saw her end up like this, he felt terrible. But when he thought of how Song Jining had been tortured for 16 years because of her, Hua Guanqin could not bring himself to sympathize with her. He could only blame himself for being blind. Hua Jialan saw Hua Guanqin's expression and had an idea. She whispered, I want to bury my mother with my father. Can you help me, second uncle? Hua Guanyuan had died in the laboratory explosion. His body had not been found, so there was no real grave. There was only a small urn with his clothes inside. It was like a cenotaph. Hua Jialan's mother, Luo Xinchua's body had just been retrieved from the court. It was still frozen in the hospital's underground freezer. Once the family was ready, it could be buried. That's true. Hua Guanqin nodded. Contact the funeral home and arrange a proper funeral. Bury your mother and father together. Hua Jialan nodded. I was thinking the same. The two chatted as they entered the dining room for lunch. Grandfather Hua was already there. He sat down with a solemn expression and looked up out of habit. Little Zhang, get me a bowl of soup. Hua Jialan and Hua Guanqin froze. They sat opposite him. In the past, it was always Zhang Feng who sat next to grandfather Hua and served him food and soup. She was more like a personal nanny than a nurse. Hua Jialan reacted quickly. She immediately stood up and placed a bowl of soup in front of grandfather Hua. Grandfather, please have some. Grandfather Hua finally realized he had said the wrong thing. Feeling terrible, he slammed his chopsticks on the table. I'm not eating. You guys eat. He left the dining room alone and returned to his room to rest. Looking at the empty room and Xie Xian's photo on the mantel, grandfather Hua's eyes became moist. He walked over slowly and caressed the person in the frame. He murmured, Xian, I'm sorry. Tears streamed down his face and dripped onto the frame. The person in the frame smiled blissfully. The next day, Zhang Feng was interrogated by the military court. She was questioned about shoddy goods, embezzlement, large amounts of money of unknown origin, and money laundering overseas. She had no reason at all to clear her name. Zhang Feng, you've only paid back half of your debt. According to the law, we can confiscate your current assets as compensation for the military's losses. Her interrogator ordered the bank to freeze all of Zhang Feng's bank accounts. The properties under her name were also to be forcefully auctioned off. Zhang Feng couldn't believe her eyes when she saw the results. Her teeth chattered, and her whole body trembled. Her vision blurred, and she could barely see what was written on the court's verdict. After a while, she stared at the words, confiscate all illegal gains, and screamed, my assets are not illegal gains. You can't confiscate them all. I want a lawyer. I want a lawyer. Zhang Feng, you didn't explain the source of your assets. Based on common sense, we'll assume it's illegal gains from the military supply business and confiscate it. If you don't agree, you can provide evidence and we'll investigate. If it's your legal gains, the military will not confiscate it. The judge in the military court said in a professional manner. He didn't think Zhang Feng had any chance to argue. Zhang Feng hesitated and said, I still need to think about it. I'll explain it to you when I've thought it through. Okay, the court will be adjourned for now. The court hearing will be held in 3 days. I hope you can explain the source of your assets then. Zhang Feng returned to the detention center and thought for a day and night. Finally, she requested to see Chief Hu Xuanong. Everyone knew she was Hu Xuanong's head nurse. Hu Xuanong had visited her when she committed a crime and even pleaded on her behalf. Therefore, this request was quickly sent to the Hu family. Chief, Zhang Feng wants to see you. She said she has something to tell you. Grandfather Hu was trimming Xie Xian's favorite pots of flowers in the yard with a pair of scissors. He didn't turn around and said, I don't have time. Do what you need to do. Don't bend the law for personal gain. Zhang Feng waited for another 2 days and asked someone to pass a final message to Grandfather Hu before the court hearing. If you don't come, don't blame her for being heartless. Hu Xiaoheng had people watching Zhang Feng and knew what she wanted to do. He ordered someone to record Zhang Feng's words and send it to Grandfather Hu to see for himself. Grandfather Hu looked at Zhang Feng's hysterical expression on the phone and said coldly, Tell her that if she goes crazy again, don't blame me for being heartless. The person passed Grandfather Hu's words to Zhang Feng before the court hearing. Zhang Feng finally gave up and knew that the situation was hopeless. Grandfather Hu really didn't care about her anymore. She was really going to jail. No, based on what she had done, it would be easy to go to jail. She might even be executed. Zhang Feng panicked. She didn't want to die. She really didn't want to die. She had worked so hard to accumulate so much wealth, but she still hadn't had enough of it. Since Grandfather Hu had turned against her, he couldn't blame her for being heartless. After the court hearing, Zhang Feng told the military court frankly, My wealth was given to me by General Hu Xuanong. The court instantly fell silent. After a while, the judge said, General Hu Xuanong, why did he give you so much wealth? And where did he get it from? Because I gave birth to a son for him. If you don't believe me, you can do a DNA test. Zhang Feng said without hesitation, he was worried that I would expose it and affect his future, so he kept giving me money. Of course he had money, it was all inherited from his wife, Xie Xian. If you don't believe me, you can summon him to court to confront me. Not long after testing Zhang Baochen's DNA, the military court summoned Hu Xuanong to court. At the same time, the Supreme Military Council stripped Hu Xuanong of his general rank and forced him to retire according to the relevant laws. Old Master Hu looked at the court summons and the neat military uniform that he had just taken off and sighed. Hu Xiaoheng and Hu Guanchen stood at the door and looked at him. Hu Guanchen asked worriedly, Dad, are you really going to court? Grandfather Hu said angrily, How can I not go to court? I've lost all my dignity. But who was to blame? Hu Xiaoheng folded his hands behind his back and said nonchalantly, You can have a lawyer represent you. I suggest you send a lawyer. Grandfather Hu snorted, Don't wash your dirty linen in public. Do you think not many people know? Because the case involved Grandfather Hu, the military court did not make the trial public for the sake of Hu Guanchen and Hu Xiaoheng. Only the parties involved and their lawyers were present. Grandfather Hu did not want anyone else to represent him. I'll go with Dad. Hu Guanchen volunteered. Hu Xiaoheng shook his head, I'll go. I'll also see if it's confidential. Grandfather Hu finally agreed to let Hu Xiaoheng accompany him to court. Gu Nianji also wanted to go, but Hu Xiaoheng did not call her this time. He accompanied Grandfather Hu to court alone to testify. When they arrived at court, Grandfather Hu did not deny his relationship with Zhang Feng and said that it was an accident all those years ago. He did not even know that Zhang Feng secretly gave birth to the child. Hu Xiaoheng had done a lot of preparatory work, and now the evidence was presented one by one to prove that grandfather Hu did not intentionally hide the child from the military. Moreover, grandfather Hu had already been stripped of his general rank and forced to retire. In theory, the military court no longer had any effect on him. As for Zhang Feng's claim that the assets were given to her by grandfather Hu vehemently denied it. Hu Xiaoheng then handed over the details of Zhang Feng's bank accounts, including evidence of money being transferred from Desheng Ltd to her bank account. It perfectly proved that the source of her wealth was the military's massive military supply business. The so-called hush money given to her by grandfather Hu was completely a rumor made up by her. It was completely untrue. With so much evidence in front of them, Zhang Feng's glib tongue was useless. The military court quickly ruled that Zhang Feng had participated in the bidding for the military supply contracts as a soldier, colluded with suppliers to pass off shoddy goods as quality goods, pocketed huge illegal profits, and attempted to launder money. Her attitude was terrible and she had no remorse. Because the amount was so large, not only did the court confiscate all of Zhang Feng's assets, but she was also sentenced to life imprisonment without bail. After hearing the verdict, grandfather Hu stood up with a dark expression and left the court without looking back. Zhang Feng was left alone in the court, crying her heart out. This was the first watch. A reminder about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. 7 p.m. the next watch. P.S. Thank you, Heaven's Beggar, for tipping Heshabi yesterday. Congratulations, Heaven's Beggar, for becoming the new leader of the Major General. Mwah. Oh, N_N. Oh. Chapter 359. When grandfather Hu got home, he locked himself in his room and refused to come out. With Hu Guanchen in the house, he didn't have to move out, but he didn't want to see his old friends anymore. Hu Jialan took good care of grandfather Hu for the past 2 days and kept him company. Even if she didn't speak, she would just sit by his side and read or play with her phone. Grandfather Hu was old and afraid of being alone, so he could see how she felt about him. Hu Jialan tried to persuade grandfather Hu, "Grandfather, do you want to visit grandmother this year?" Before grandfather Hu's wife, Xie Xian, passed away, she said she wanted to visit her parents and left a will to be buried there. The Xies had been in Europe for several generations. Xie Xian grew up in Europe and met Hu Xuanong when she returned to the Huaxia Empire to study. Because of Hu Xuanong's status and the fact that the Xies didn't agree to her marrying Hu Xuanong, Xie Xian rarely returned to her parents' home after they got married. However, before she passed away, she suddenly requested to be buried at her parents' home. Grandfather Hu was a little unhappy at the time, but Xie Xian insisted and called her family, whom she rarely contacted. Later, Xie Xian's youngest brother and his son personally came to the Huaxia Empire to take her back to Europe for burial. Because of this, grandfather Hu had always been a little uncomfortable. Now he finally understood why Xie Xian made such a strange and illogical request before she passed away. He still remembered Zhang Feng telling him that Xie Xian never saw herself as a member of the Hu family, and he deeply believed it. Now that he was faced with the events of the past, every time he thought about it, it was like being stabbed in the chest with a knife. Grandfather Hu couldn't sit still when he heard Hu Jialan mention her grandmother. He called Hu Guanchen over and said, "I want to go to Europe to visit your mother. Help me make arrangements to go overseas." He hadn't been there for a few years and it was time to repent at her grave. Hu Guanchen also wanted his father to go overseas to relax. This wasn't uncommon in their circle, but grandfather Hu was the only one who made such a big fuss and even lost his military rank. He definitely couldn't face it. Hu Guanchen quickly agreed, but grandfather Hu had asked him to arrange for Hu Jialan to go abroad as well. He wanted to take her with him to Europe. Hu Guanchen thought it was a good idea. Grandfather Hua was getting on in years and needed someone to take care of him. It used to be Zhang Feng, but now it was Hua Jialan. Although she wasn't his biological granddaughter, he had raised her for so long that he could rest assured. By the time Hua Xiaoheng found out, Grandfather Hua had already boarded the plane with Hua Jialan to Europe. Since Hua Jialan wasn't around, the civil lawsuit could only be delayed. Hua Xiaoheng was not in a hurry. The monk could run, but the temple could not. Even if Hua Jialan hid at the ends of the earth, the punishment she deserved would not be spared. In the blink of an eye, it was the 8th day of the first lunar month, the first day of classes at Imperial Capital University. Gu Nianji had already packed everything 2 days ago, including bedding, mattress, and daily necessities. She carried the Hermes bucket bag that Hua Xiaoheng had bought for her before the new year and carried the cherry blossom-colored suitcase that she often used when she went to university in Sea City as she walked out of the official residence. Fan Jian drove a black 3-seater SUV over to send her off. Several orderlies ran up and down several times to help Gu Nianji put her things in the car. Fan Jian looked around and smiled. "There's so much stuff. Are you moving?" "I'm going to live on campus." "That's moving." Gu Nianji spread her palms and looked around casually. Fan Jian narrowed his eyes and smiled. He patted the steering wheel and said quietly, "The chief has a few meetings today. He won't be coming." Gu Nianji blushed and opened the back door to get in. She purposely said, "I know." "I didn't expect him to come either." As soon as she finished speaking, the door opened again. Hua Xiaoheng's tall figure appeared at the back door. He cocked his head to look and got in. He said to Gu Nianji, "You didn't expect anyone to come." Fan Jian was speechless. "Hua Xiao. Don't you know how to?" Gu Nianji couldn't help blinking. She was worried that her eyes were playing tricks on her. "Yeah, the meeting was postponed." Hua Xiaoheng stretched his legs. "This car is too small. I'll get a bigger one next time." The front door opened as well. Yin Shixiang sat in the front passenger seat and said to Fan Jian, "Let's go." Fan Jian quickly stepped on the accelerator and drove onto the highway. Gu Nianji wanted to go to B University, which was located in the west fourth loop of the imperial capital. It wasn't in the same direction as the Special Operations Forces headquarters. The car entered the highway and merged into the busy traffic. After the new year, the streets of the imperial capital returned to their usual busy and crowded state. Gu Nianji leaned against the back seat of the car with a smile on her face. The heater in the car was turned up high. Hua Xiaoheng was wearing a wool shirt and felt a bit warm. He couldn't help but loosen his collar to get some air. From Gu Nianji's angle, she could see a bit of Hua Xiaoheng's collarbone. Gu Nianji never knew a man's collarbone could be so alluring. She gulped and took another look. Her OCD kicked in and she didn't like the sight of Hua Xiaoheng's crooked collar. She leaned over and reached out to pull Hua Xiaoheng over naturally to fix his collar. Hua Xiaoheng reflexively grabbed her hand and asked instinctively, "What are you doing?" Gu Nianji froze. "Helping you fix your collar." "Can't I?" Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. He gently let go and presented his neck to Gu Nianji. Tidying it up. Fan Jian and Yin Shixiang in the front seat were speechless. Only Gu Nianji was overjoyed. She reached over and smoothed Hua Xiaoheng's slightly crooked collar. She then flipped out a small section and put it on the outside of his wool shirt. Gu Nianji patted his shoulder in satisfaction. "That's good." However, Hua Xiaoheng felt even hotter. He said to Fan Jian in the driver's seat, "Turn down the air conditioner." Fan Jian obeyed and immediately turned down the air conditioner. Gu Nianji shrank her neck. It was a bit cold. She took off her long down jacket as soon as she got in the car. She was only wearing a wide-sleeved cashmere sweater with a knee-length wool A-line skirt and knee-high boots. It looked nice, but it didn't actually keep her warm. However, seeing the sweat on Hu Xiaoheng's forehead, Gu Nianji didn't complain about the cold. She only quietly moved closer to Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng was like a big furnace. Sitting next to him would radiate heat, and she would feel warmer. Hu Xiaoheng took out his phone to check his email. He also took the opportunity to resolve some of the troubles and disputes caused by the last-minute decision to postpone the meeting. When Gu Nianji moved closer to him, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curved into a happy smile. Unfortunately, not long after, he heard Gu Nianji sneeze with a small achoo. It was the second watch. Let me remind you about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Oh, N_N. Oh. Chapter 360. Hearing Gu Nianji's sneezing, Hu Xiaoheng immediately touched her hand out of habit. Her hand was soft and boneless, but also very cold. You're cold. Hu Xiaoheng reacted immediately and told Fan Jian in the driver's seat, turn the heat up to the max, no need. Gu Nianji pulled on Hu Xiaoheng's hand and said worriedly, I'll just wear a down jacket. You'll be hot if the heat is turned up, and it'll be cold when we go out later. You'll catch a cold. Hu Xiaoheng looked at her and felt a new sensation. Gu Nianji, who had grown up under his care, now knew how to take care of people, and the person being taken care of was himself. It had to be said that this was a new experience and he wasn't used to it, but he didn't dislike it at all. Fan Jian felt that Gu Nianji had a point, so he didn't turn the heat up right away. He only looked at the rearview mirror and asked, Chief, do you still want to turn the heat up? Gu Nianji quickly said, no need, I'll wear a down jacket. She grabbed the down jacket beside her and put it on. She hadn't worn it earlier because she thought she could handle it and didn't want Hu Xiaoheng to know she was cold. Hu Xiaoheng would definitely understand once she put on the down jacket. Now that he found out she was cold without it, there was no need to be conflicted. Gu Nianji quickly put on the down jacket and immediately warmed up. Hu Xiaoheng looked at her deeply, his large hand wrapped around her small hand and squeezed it. He reached out with one arm to pull her into his embrace while still holding her hand with the other. Are you still cold? Gu Nianji didn't expect Hu Xiaoheng to hug her like this in front of Fan Jian and Yin Shixiang. She was very nervous and wanted to struggle but couldn't bear to. Hu Xiaoheng's embrace was as hot as fire, and she craved his heat and warmth. Fan Jian and Yin Shixiang didn't say anything in the front. Fan Jian didn't think it was too much. Gu Nianji had grown up with Hu Xiaoheng, and they had also watched her grow up. It wasn't a big deal to warm her hands. However, Yin Shixiang was different. He knew that Gu Nianji liked Hu Xiaoheng so much that she couldn't help herself. Not only did she love him, but she also idolized him. She was his die-hard fan, so he didn't doubt Gu Nianji's feelings for Hu Xiaoheng. However, he had no confidence in Hu Xiaoheng's feelings for Gu Nianji. He still remembered that Hu Xiaoheng had already been intimate with a woman, and Hu Xiaoheng wasn't someone who would just sleep with anyone. With Hu Xiaoheng's abilities, he had kept that woman a secret until now. He must have loved her deeply. Moreover, with Hu Xiaoheng's status, it was impossible for him to marry Gu Nianji. It would be difficult even for them to publicly be together. Gu Nianji's past was like the sword of Damocles hanging over their heads, ready to fall and take their lives at any time. Yin Shixiang took out his phone and sent a message to Zhao Liangze. Da Xiong, little Zhe, how's your investigation on Gu Xiangwen going? Xiao Zhe, I'm checking. What's wrong? You have news. Zhao Liangze replied very quickly. It was obvious that he was working online. Yin Shixiang sighed softly. His fingers flew across his phone as he typed and sent another message. Da Xiong, no. I'm taking Nianji to school. I'm in the car. The chief is here too. Zhao Liangzi saw the message and instantly understood what Yin Shixiang meant. He sat in front of his computer and scratched his head in frustration. He muttered, "The target has been narrowed down to a few hundred people, but from what I can see, not a single one of them meets the requirements. Did he really have to get these few hundred people to test their DNA?" He couldn't even think about it. Once too many people were involved, news would definitely leak out, and it would be impossible to keep it a secret. The Huaxia Empire divided the confidentiality of information into 5 levels: top secret, confidential, secret, sensitive, and public. Each level was further divided into 5 levels, and each level was indicated by an asterisk. 5 stars meant the highest level, and 1 star was the lowest. Gu Nianji's past was classified as a secret in the Huaxia Empire. 2 stars wasn't particularly high, but to ordinary people, it was already information that the general public couldn't access. But even though the mission was difficult, he couldn't back down. For the sake of Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng, he had to find a way to filter out useful information from these few hundred people and further narrow down the scope of testing. He thought for a long time before sending Yin Shixiang a message. "Little Zay, I'll narrow down the scope as soon as possible and get a list." Yin Shixiang saw the message and was slightly relieved. He put his phone away. In the back seat, Gu Nianji was already much warmer. She poked her head out of Hu Xiaoheng's arms to look at the scenery outside the window and the bustling traffic. She suddenly remembered something and whispered to Hu Xiaoheng, "Hu Xiao, will you always be working in the imperial capital from now on?" In the past, Gu Nianji had attended university in Sea City, so Hu Xiaoheng had moved his main work base there. To make it easier for Gu Nianji to interact with her classmates, Hu Xiaoheng had bought her an apartment. She would return to the apartment on weekends and only return to the Special Operations Forces base during the winter and summer breaks. Hu Xiaoheng looked down at her. "Yeah, I'll be here from now on, unless I'm on a mission." Hu Xiaoheng's rank was already very high, but the work of the Special Operations Forces was rather special. As the highest commander, he had to personally go on special occasions and couldn't always sit in the office. Of course, he had far fewer opportunities to go on missions than his subordinates. He would only go on top-secret missions. Gu Nianji smiled and asked, "Then what will I do on the weekends?" "Go straight back to your official residence?" Hu Xiaoheng patted her head. "Where do you want to go?" "I'm fine with it. Of course I'm willing to go to your place." Gu Nianji pursed her lips and asked hesitantly, "Then at school, how should I tell my classmates and professors?" He Zhichu and Wen Shui already knew Hu Xiaoheng's true identity. Gu Nianji probably couldn't pretend to be an orphan girl adopted by distant relatives anymore at B University. She smiled slyly and asked, "Do you want to change my identity?" Hu Xiaoheng raised his hand to adjust her down jacket and said nonchalantly, "You don't have to change. Your parents are working far away and you were fostered in our home. That's the truth." Gu Nianji, Fan Jian, Yin Shixiang. The other 3 people in the car were momentarily speechless. After a while, Gu Nianji asked again, "Then what do my parents do for a living?" Hu Xiaoheng looked down at her. "What do you mean? You said my parents are working far away. Then what if my classmates ask what your parents do for a living? How am I supposed to answer? Or should we say the same thing so we don't get caught?" Gu Nianji tilted her head as she spoke. Her red, moist lips parted, revealing her perfect, white teeth. She was the epitome of red lips and white teeth. Yin Shixiang giggled from the front passenger seat and turned to ask, "Nianji, are you going to write a script for all of us to memorize?" "I'll write it. Who's afraid?" Gu Nianji winked at Yin Shixiang. "How about we write it like this? My parents are professionals. As for their profession, I'll look it up when I'm in school and perfect my persona." Hu Xiaoheng ignored her and Yin Shixiang's nonsense. His gaze was attracted to her teeth. He reached out to lift her delicate chin and swept his thumb over her lips. He said dryly, "From your teeth, you must have had braces when you were young." Families that had braces before the age of 12 were at least well-to-do. "Why don't we say your parents are doctors?" "Doctors." Gu Nianji nodded. "That's good. Doctors are professionals." "Then where do they work?" Gu Nianji propped up her chin and leaned against Hua Xiaoheng. Her large eyes blinked and made people want to count her long and dense eyelashes. "You can say Europe as the place of work," Hua Xiaoheng said nonchalantly. "You don't have to be too detailed." "What if someone asks where exactly in Europe?" Gu Nianji continued to let her imagination run wild. Hua Xiaoheng lost interest and turned to look out the window. He didn't want to get involved with Gu Nianji's wild imagination. Yin Shixiang clicked his tongue from the front seat. "Nianji, how did you get such a gossipy classmate? You're not talking about yourself, are you?" "Pfft. You're the one talking about yourself." Gu Nianji was interrupted by Yin Shixiang and didn't dwell on the issue. Fan Jian slammed on the brakes and said loudly, "We're here." Gu Nianji looked up slightly and saw the south gate of B University was already in sight. "Nianji has a lot of stuff. Let's drive in." Yin Shixiang turned to ask Hua Xiaoheng for his opinion. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "We'll drive directly to her dorm." Gu Nianji quickly said, "I haven't even registered yet. I don't even know the dorm number. How would I know where I live?" "I know." Yin Shixiang turned to make a face at her. "Hua Xiao asked me to complete your admission procedures yesterday. I also got the dorm key." As he spoke, Yin Shixiang took out a key and waved it at her. Gu Nianji gasped and was extremely grateful. She shook Hua Xiaoheng's hand. "Hua Xiao, you're so thoughtful." He, I was the one who ran the errands." "Nianji, you can't be this biased, can you?" Yin Shixiang pretended to be jealous and rolled his eyes. Gu Nianji laughed and leaned her head on Hua Xiaoheng's shoulder. "I'm biased. You'll die if you don't like it." "Pfft. You'll die if you don't like it." Yin Shixiang turned around and made a knife hand gesture. He then took out a pass and showed it to the guard at the south gate of B University. The guard looked at it for a while before letting their car in. There were some private cars that couldn't enter B University's south gate. When they saw the SUV in front of them enter, they all asked who it was. The south gate of B University was famous for only recognizing license plates and not people. The car in front of them didn't have a B University license plate at all. Everyone asked about it, and someone recognized it and said, "That license plate looks like it has a military number on it." "Oh." The crowd let out a long sigh of relief, indicating that they understood immediately. Gu Nianji didn't know what was going on outside. She looked around curiously at the B University scenery and didn't look away until the car stopped in front of a dormitory building. There were several types of dormitories for graduate students at B University. Gu Nianji's dormitory was specially arranged by He Zhichu. It was on the 6th floor of the newly built graduate student dormitory. It was a suite with 2 bedrooms and a living room facing south. It only housed 2 people and had its own bathroom. Gu Nianji got out of the car and watched as Fan Jian and Yin Shixiang helped her move her things into the building. Hua Xiaoheng didn't come out. He sat in the car and said to Gu Nianji, "I'll pick you up this weekend. You can stay at my place for a while. When the new apartment is ready, you can move there." Gu Nianji nodded. Her heart was in turmoil for a long time. She asked sheepishly, "Am I going to be living alone in the new apartment?" This was the first night. Let me remind you about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. 7 p.m. the next night. Mwah. Chapter 361. Hu Xiaoheng looked at her for a while and smiled faintly. Just like before. Before? Just like when you were in Fengya Precinct. Gu Nianji suppressed the excitement in her heart and tried to confirm Hu Xiaoheng's answer calmly. Yeah. Hu Xiaoheng was as concise as ever. You can go up now. He looked at his watch. I still have a meeting. Gu Nianji nodded and smiled. Then go do what you need to do. As they spoke, Yin Shixiang had already come out of the building. Yin Shixiang handed the dorm key to Gu Nianji. I put everything in your room, but you haven't unpacked it yet. I can unpack it myself. Gu Nianji took the key and waved it at him. Thank you, Brother Xiong. That's more like it. Go to school and get first place just like you did for your undergraduate exams. Yin Shixiang nodded with satisfaction and reached out to pat Gu Nianji's head. I'll definitely get first place. Gu Nianji said proudly. She didn't dare boast about other things, but studying was a piece of cake for her. Don't be too proud. What if you don't get first place? Because Fan Jian hadn't come out yet, Yin Shixiang leaned against the car door and started chatting with Gu Nianji. He was tall and handsome with thick brows and large eyes. He wore a navy blue casual suit and was very eye-catching when he spoke. There were many girls walking around the entrance of the graduate students' building and they all quietly looked at Yin Shixiang. Gu Nianji pushed him. Brother Xiong, hurry up and leave. Don't attract attention here. I'm attracting attention. Yin Shixiang pointed at his nose. I'm more serious than anyone. A few girls were secretly looking at you just now. How dare you say you didn't know? Gu Nianji carried a Hermes bucket bag and zipped up her down jacket. She was already feeling cold after standing outside the car for a while. Hu Xiaoheng saw it from inside and said to Yin Shixiang, Big Xiong, get in. He then raised his chin at Gu Nianji. Get in. Don't stand in the wind. Gu Nianji smiled warmly at him. It's okay, I'm not cold. At that moment, Fan Jian also walked out of the building and said to Gu Nianji, I've checked your dorm room. The light bulbs in the bathroom are all fine, but the bed is a little squeaky, but the wooden mattress is like that. I've already fixed it for you. Gu Nianji was very grateful and quickly said, Brother Fan, thank you so much. I'll treat you to dinner when I get back. Ah, why are you being so polite? Stop talking and get in. There are a lot of things, so hurry up and pack. Fan Jian waved at her and went around to the other side of the car. Yin Shixiang also opened the car door and was about to get in. At the same time, he reminded her, I've sent your schedule to your phone. You can check it yourself. I've also sent you the timetable and a map of the school. This school isn't just big, and the buildings are very scattered. Remember not to get lost. Gu Nianji snorted. I have a good memory. You're the one who got lost. Hu Xiaoheng knocked on the window and looked at Yin Shixiang expressionlessly. Yin Shixiang quickly turned around and got in the car as he waved at Gu Nianji. Hurry up and go. We're leaving too. Okay, bye Brother Xiong, bye Brother Fan, bye Hu Xiao, bye. Gu Nianji stood at the entrance of the female graduate student dormitory and waved as she watched the SUV drive away. She only turned around reluctantly when she couldn't see it anymore. Her dormitory was on the 6th floor. She thought it was a bit high, but when she walked in, she realized there was an elevator. She immediately pressed the up button happily and walked in. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, a few girls shouted, Elevator, wait for me, and rushed over. Gu Nianji quickly put her hand on the elevator door to slow it down before the girls could enter. Thank you. The girl who rushed at the front looked very mature. She wore a lavender camel wool coat and a wool hat of the same color and material to cover her long hair. She had slender eyebrows and handsome eyes. There was an indescribable sense of heroism in them. Gu Nianji liked her the moment she saw her and smiled. "You're welcome." It was nothing. The second girl who came in was very quiet. She stood silently in the corner of the elevator with her head half lowered. When Gu Nianji told her the floor, she quickly looked at her and said, "6th floor." Gu Nianji smiled. "That's great. I'm going to the 6th floor too." The girl at the front also said, "What a coincidence. I'm going to the 6th floor too." She looked Gu Nianji up and down and smiled. "Are you looking for a classmate? Who's your classmate?" "Since it's the 6th floor, I know all the students who live there." Gu Nianji shook her head. "I'm not looking for a classmate." "Not looking for a classmate?" The girl looked Gu Nianji up and down for a while. Gu Nianji was extraordinarily beautiful, but she was dressed very plainly. She was only wrapped in a white down jacket that reached her calves. Her face must have been frozen outside. Now that she was in a building with heating, her cheeks were strangely red, as if she had applied rouge. "Then are you here to sell or to preach?" The girl was even more curious. "Don't they say that salespeople can't enter the dormitory building? And preaching is even more forbidden." Gu Nianji smiled as she looked at her own attire. Did salespeople and preachers all wear Canada Goose down jackets that cost more than $2,000 each? Carrying a Hermes bucket bag that cost more than $20,000? She could only shake her head again. Neither. The girl was even more shocked. "Then what are you doing here?" Gu Nianji didn't answer because the elevator had already stopped on the 6th floor. She walked out and said, "I live here. I'm not here to look for someone, to sell, or preach." "You live here. Which room?" "How come I've never seen you before?" The girl looked Gu Nianji up and down suspiciously. "You're so pretty, there's no way I wouldn't remember your face." In the girl's opinion, Gu Nianji's looks were among the best in the entire 6th floor. Even in the entire B University Graduate School, the entire B University, or even the entire capital of the empire, Gu Nianji's looks would rank in the top 3. Gu Nianji smiled. "Thanks for the compliment. I live in room 608. Let's eat together in the future." She nodded at the girl and walked down the hallway. Room 608. "Ha! Xiao Miao, aren't you living in room 608? TSK, your roommate is finally here." The quiet girl was called Miao Yunxiao and the talkative girl was Ma Qiqi. They were quite close. Ma Qiqi nudged Miao Yunxiao. "She looks fine. Don't worry." Miao Yunxiao finally whispered, "Qiqi, did you see that car just now? It's a military plate. My uncle's family's car has that plate." "Your uncle's family? Your uncle's family is also in the military?" Ma Qiqi asked with great interest. "Yeah, my uncle's family is high up in the military. He's the deputy chief of staff of a regiment under the political department." Miao Yunxiao finally became more talkative. "I also know the unit number, but it's a secret. I can't tell anyone." "Is that a high position?" "I don't understand." Ma Qiqi wasn't interested at all. She shook her head and was already at her room door. She opened it and said to Miao Yunxiao, "I'm going in. See you tomorrow." Miao Yunxiao nodded and walked towards room 608. It was a new experience to see her room door wide open. It was the second watch. A reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 362. Miao Yunxiao pushed open the unlatched door and walked in. The other room had been locked for half a year and was finally completely open. She could see several boxes piled inside. Miao Yunxiao thought about it and walked over to knock on the door. Gu Nianji was organizing her things in her room when she heard the knock. She poked her head out from the boxes and greeted with a smile, "Hello." The person standing at the door, looking at her quietly, was actually the silent girl she had met in the elevator. Gu Nianji happily pushed the boxes in front of her away and extended her hand to the girl. "What a coincidence, I'm actually in the same dorm as you. I bumped into my roommate in the elevator the first day I came to school." "What a coincidence." Miao Yunxiao smiled but didn't return Gu Nianji's hand. She glanced around Gu Nianji's room and said slowly, "When I came back just now, I saw the dorm door wide open and thought it was burgled." Gu Nianji was speechless. What a novel explanation. "I'm so sorry, did I scare you?" Gu Nianji pursed her lips but her smile didn't fade as she tilted her head. "But I went to the faculty yesterday to complete the paperwork and get the key to the dorm." "Did anyone from the faculty tell you about this?" Miao Yunxiao froze. A faculty teacher did call her yesterday afternoon to tell her that her roommate would be arriving today and to be prepared. But the teacher also said that the student didn't come herself and her family had done it for her. "Yeah, they did." Miao Yunxiao looked at Gu Nianji again, "But I didn't know when you'd be arriving. So it was a misunderstanding." Gu Nianji made an okay gesture. "All right, it's fine now that we're clear." She asked Miao Yunxiao, "What's your name? Are you also a post-grad law student?" Miao Yunxiao replied dryly, "My last name is Miao Yunxiao. I'm a first-year post-grad law student." She then asked Gu Nianji, "What about you? Which school did you transfer from? Where did you do your undergrad?" Gu Nianji nodded. "Nice to meet you, classmate Miao. My name is Gu Nianji. I'm also a first-year post-grad law student. We'll be classmates from now on. I didn't transfer from another school, my admission is in the spring." "Spring admission?" Miao Yunxiao frowned. "Our school has never heard of this kind of admission method." "Really? I think it's pretty normal." Gu Nianji shrugged. "Some schools abroad have 3 semesters, summer, spring, and fall. You can enroll in all of them. But we're not overseas, we're in the Huaxia Empire." Miao Yunxiao said seriously, "So we can't just copy foreign things." Gu Nianji bit her lip. She didn't want to discuss with her roommates about the differences in admission requirements between foreign and domestic universities on the first day of school. She turned to walk back to her box and said with a smile, "I don't know about that. Maybe B University needs to learn from foreign universities." Miao Yunxiao felt that Gu Nianji wasn't telling the truth and didn't like people like that. She stared at Gu Nianji's back and enunciated each word clearly, "We'll be living together in the dorms from now on. I think we should set down rules in black and white so we can live together longer and avoid unhappiness." Gu Nianji frowned and ignored Miao Yunxiao. She opened the cardboard box and began to move things outside. But as soon as she took the bedding out, she turned around to see Miao Yunxiao still standing in the middle of her room, looking at her with bright eyes. "Classmate Miao, it's my first day here and I have a lot of things to pack. Can we talk about the rules later?" Gu Nianji didn't want to argue on her first day, so she controlled her temper and spoke politely. Miao Yunxiao was reasonable and stared at Gu Nianji for a while before nodding. "Okay, you pack first. We'll talk about the rules later." Gu Nianji smiled at her and walked to the door. She put her hand on the doorknob and said to Miao Yunxiao, "Sorry for the delay. I'll invite classmate Miao over when I'm done." Miao Yunxiao saw Gu Nianji was polite and finally changed her opinion of her. She smiled at her. "Hurry up and pack. If you're in the same class as me, don't forget to attend the class meeting tonight." Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief and nodded with a smile. She watched Miao Yunxiao leave and immediately closed the door. She leaned against the door and sighed deeply, thinking how tiring it was to deal with this roommate. She thought Miao Yunxiao wasn't a bad person but was different from her own style of dealing with people. So she decided to keep her distance from classmate Meow from now on so she wouldn't cause trouble for herself. Looking at the boxes in the room, Gu Nianji sighed softly and continued to struggle with her luggage. It took her the whole morning to move all the things out of the cardboard boxes. She made the bed, put the clothes in the closet, put the reference books and entertainment books on the bookshelf, put the laptop on the desk by the wall, and put the cups, bowls and chopsticks in the cupboard by the wall. Finally, she put the slippers in front of the bed and quickly changed into them. She rubbed her feet and hammered her head. She had been so confused by Miao Yunxiao that she had actually put on high heels to pack. Now her feet hurt so much she could barely stand and her thumbs were completely numb. Gu Nianji sat on the bed for a while before limping to the bathroom to get a basin of hot water and put bath salts in it to soak her feet. After Hu Xiaoheng left B University, he went to the Supreme Military Council for a meeting. He couldn't refuse the meeting, so he had to attend. But when he arrived, he discovered it was only a routine military meeting after the Lunar New Year. He used to be at the Sea City military base and often went on missions, so he had never attended a regular military meeting. This time, the Special Operations Forces was officially established and he was the acting commander, so he had to attend such meetings in the future. If he couldn't attend, he would need General Ji's approval. When he sat down in the conference room, he discovered that his father, Hu Guanchen, was also present. Hu Xiaoheng quietly sat in front of the seat marked with his name and nodded to everyone in the room as a greeting. Hu Guanchen sat across from him. Neither father nor son were talkative people, so they only looked at each other. Not long after, General Ji finally arrived. He sat down at the head of the long table and greeted everyone with a smile. Happy New Year, everyone. I wish everyone a Happy New Year. It was the first regular meeting after the Lunar New Year, so everyone was in a relaxed mood. There were pastries and candies on the conference table, as well as tea and coffee. It was like a tea party. General Ji took a small pea cake and took a bite. He said to everyone, "Feel free to eat these pastries, don't be shy. It's considered the Lunar New Year, so it's only right to eat and drink." The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became lively. Hu Xiaoheng didn't like sweets, so he only ordered a cup of black coffee without sugar to take a sip. However, he remembered that Gu Nianji liked to eat these famous snacks in the imperial capital, such as donkey rolls, yellow pea cakes, and small sticky cakes. He had an idea and decided to go to the pastry room here to buy some special pastries for Gu Nianji after the meeting was over. General Ji ate the pastries as he presided over the meeting. This time, I'll focus on this year's main mission, which is also the most important mission. The experiment that was interrupted 16 years ago will be restarted this year. The conference room suddenly became quiet, and everyone couldn't help looking at Hu Xiaoheng and Hu Guanchen. General Ji also looked at Hu Xiaoheng and said solemnly, "Xiaoheng, this matter will be led by Director Song from the Institute of High Energy Physics. You will be assisting on behalf of the military. As the leader of the Special Operations Forces and Director Song's son, you know the importance and confidentiality of this mission better than anyone else." Hu Xiaoheng bowed slightly, his expression very serious. "We are still planning for this. As long as the confidentiality measures are not in place, the experiment cannot be restarted." General Ji nodded and looked at the people in the conference room. Everyone here is the most important person in the military, but this experiment is so important that even in this conference room, not everyone has the security clearance to know the contents. So everyone must remember, this must be kept a secret. If anyone is found to have leaked the secret, they will be punished by military law. As he spoke, he looked at Hu Xiaoheng. "Xiaoheng, do you have anything else to say?" General Ji said it very well, but I have to add a few things. The Special Operations Force's Special Confidentiality Clause has already been activated. Everyone who knows about the experiment's restarting is already under our close surveillance. Oh. No way. But we don't know anything. A man sitting at the end of the long table shouted. He was the head of the military's General Armament Department. His surname was G, and he looked a little angry. The Special Operations Forces can't do this, right? You started to monitor us without even informing us. Don't you think you have too much power? Our operation this time has been approved by the Standing Committee of the Supreme Military Council and the National Affairs Group of the Senate. So if Minister G has any objections, please complain to the Standing Committee of the Supreme Military Council and the National Affairs Group of the Senate, Hu Xiaoheng said calmly. He clasped his hands together and rested his elbows on the table. His gaze was so sharp that Minister G felt a little uncomfortable. But since Hu Xiaoheng had put it this way, he couldn't say anything more. He muttered, "Then couldn't you have told us in advance? What's the meaning of this sudden attack?" Minister G, the Special Operations Forces has special privileges granted by the military and the Senate. It would be against the rules for him to inform you in advance, General G said calmly to Minister G. Minister G immediately shut his mouth and didn't say anything else. After the meeting, no one spoke to Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng didn't pay attention to anyone and left first. He saw that it wasn't noon yet, so he went to the pastry room to buy 2 boxes of special cakes. Yin Shixiang followed him and smiled. "Are you buying them for Nianji?" "Yes." Hu Xiaoheng's expression was calm as he said to Yin Shixiang, "Go back to the base first and tell little Zay to focus on monitoring the lines at the General Assembly. I'm worried that the information has already been leaked." Yin Shixiang's expression immediately became serious. "I'll go right now." He and Fan Jian got into a car and left the Supreme Military Council first. They assigned another car to Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng had many orderlies, and all of them could drive. He got into the car and said, "Go to the furniture store at Saiheng Plaza." Half an hour later, they arrived at Saiheng Plaza. Hu Xiaoheng went directly to the famous furniture store there and bought a single mattress. He ordered it to be delivered to the university immediately. He followed them in the car until they arrived at Gu Nianji's dormitory. Gu Nianji had just finished soaking her feet and was so tired she collapsed on the bed to rest. She heard her phone ring. It was Hu Xiaoheng's exclusive ringtone. She immediately perked up and rushed over to take the phone out of her bag. She unlocked it and asked, "Hu Xiao?" Hu Xiaoheng's mood instantly brightened when he heard Gu Nianji's voice. He leaned against the car door with a cigarette in one hand and the phone in the other. "Nianji, I brought you a mattress. Remember to open the door." Gu Nianji was surprised. "Mattress? What mattress?" She held the phone and looked down the window. Her window happened to face the dormitory and she saw a large Jeep Cherokee parked downstairs. A tall man leaned against the car door with a cigarette in one hand and a phone in the other. She recognized the man's silhouette at first glance. "Hu Xiao. You're at our school again." Gu Nianji tried to control her tone to not sound too happy. Hu Xiaoheng looked up and grunted. He raised his hand to throw the cigarette into the trash can. "Don't come down. I'll come up to see you." This was the first novel. He had unknowingly written 3,500 words. Where were the monthly votes for his relatives? Was there no more? There were also recommendation votes. It was 7:00 in the evening. Mwah. Oh, N_N. Oh. Chapter 363. Can you come up to the girls' dormitory? Gu Nianji gripped her phone and couldn't help but pout. Feeling a bit hot, she fanned herself with her hand and turned to lean against the wall. Her heart was pounding. She quickly looked around the room and sighed softly. Fortunately, she didn't slack off today. Instead, she worked hard to clean up the house. Even if Hu Xiao came up later, he wouldn't be rude. But could he really come up? Gu Nianji remembered when she was studying undergrad in Sea City, the female dormitory always had a building manager at the door, afraid that a man would come in. She was a bit worried and paced around the room before hanging up and opening the door. She was about to ask when she saw her classmate Miao sitting on the living room sofa reading. She asked, "Classmate Miao, do you know if there's a building manager downstairs?" "Building manager? You're not an undergrad, why would there be a building manager?" Miao Yunxiao replied without looking up, "I'm reading right now. I don't like people interrupting me when I'm studying." Gu Nianji was speechless. She suddenly missed the undergrad dormitory and how well she got along with Little Temptress, Green Tea Fong and Lady Chow. Miao Yunxiao read the book for a while and saw Gu Nianji still standing in the middle of the room out of the corner of her eye. She put down the book and raised her chin, her expression arrogant. "What else do you want?" Gu Nianji was speechless. What's with this superior aura? Was it because she was here first that she felt superior living in the dormitory? Gu Nianji didn't want to talk to her anymore. Some people were like this, the more you let them go, the more they'd go for it. If you shut her up, she'd definitely avoid you the next time she sees you. Not to mention being reasonable, she'd never act like a little princess again. If there's nothing else, then go back to your room. Don't come out. Miao Yunxiao frowned and thought Gu Nianji was being very inconsiderate. Gu Nianji originally thought it was her first day of school and Hu Xiao would be coming up soon. She didn't want to fight with her roommate and make him worry. But Miao Yunxiao was getting more and more out of hand, and Gu Nianji didn't want to spoil her. This was because the way people interacted with each other was basically set from the first time they met. Those who gave in at the beginning would find themselves in a state of giving in all of a sudden. In the end, they would either give in forever or break up and could no longer be friends. Gu Nianji walked towards the door with a dark expression. Miao Yunxiao had a headache and stood up. "Classmate Gu, I didn't want to fight on the first day but you're too much." Gu Nianji suppressed it and her voice was hoarse. "I just want to go out." "What do you want?" "Classmate Gu, you have to know that the living room is a public space for both of us, so we have to agree on how to use the living room." Classmate Gu, you know the living room is, so you're affecting me." Miao Yunxiao had been living alone in the big house for half a year. She wasn't used to the sudden addition of a roommate. Gu Nianji pointed at Miao Yunxiao's room. "Classmate Miao, I think you're mistaken. The living room is a public space, which means we can both use it without anyone's permission. The only thing that needs to be asked is your personal room and mine. Here, it's over there. If you want to study without being disturbed, you can go back to your room. Don't force others to obey your private will in public." Miao Yunxiao froze. She'd never met such an unreasonable classmate before. She frowned and softened her tone. "Classmate Gu, I think you've misunderstood. I'm discussing with you, not arguing with you. Quarreling won't solve anything. It will only worsen our relationship." Gu Nianji smiled. "We met by chance, so there's no reason for our relationship to worsen. Student Miao, please don't talk to me anymore. I still have things to do. I'm not disturbing you. If you restrict my freedom again, I'll go to the faculty and ask for a change of dormitory." Miao Yunxiao sighed and shrugged. "If you want to go, go earlier. You asked for it, it's none of my business." Gu Nianji didn't say anything else and went to open the door with her phone in hand. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Gu Nianji's mood instantly improved. She opened the door with a smile and saw a huge mattress erected in front of the door. "Are you classmate Gu Nianji?" The delivery man revealed a wide smile from behind the mattress. Gu Nianji nodded. "What can I do for you?" "Someone bought a mattress for you and asked us to deliver it. Please sign here." The delivery man took out an electronic notebook for Gu Nianji to sign with a pen. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She quickly took the pen and signed, then watched as the delivery men carried the mattress to her room. She just made the bed, so now she had to put the mattress on the bed and carry everything on the bed to the side. Gu Nianji waved at the delivery men with a headache. "Thank you, you can go now." The delivery man chuckled and thanked Gu Nianji. "Thank you so much for your patronage. If you have any problems with the mattress in the future, you can call us directly." He gave Gu Nianji a business card and a 10% discount card. Gu Nianji looked at the terms on the card and asked in surprise, "You have to spend tens of thousands to get this card. This mattress is enough." One of the delivery men patted the mattress generously. "Take your time, we'll be going now." Gu Nianji quickly opened her wallet and took out $100. She shoved it into the delivery man's hand. "Thank you for your hard work. Go buy something to eat." The delivery man was overjoyed and quickly declined. "No need, no need. Our company doesn't accept tips. We appreciate your kindness, but if you really want to thank us, give us a bottle of water." "Wait." Gu Nianji went to the mini fridge to get a few bottles of water. "It's cold. Do you want some?" "It's fine, it's fine." The delivery man took the water and left happily. Gu Nianji looked at the mattress and smiled for a while. Remembering that Hu Xiaoheng said he was coming up, she quickly called him. She stood up and turned around to see Miao Yunxiao standing at the door. She looked at her disapprovingly. Gu Nianji asked her, "Do you need something? What are you doing?" Miao Yunxiao looked at her suspiciously. "Why did you suddenly buy a bed?" Gu Nianji actually wanted to know the reason as well but didn't want to tell Miao Yunxiao. She pushed her away and said dryly, "Why should I tell you? Now please move aside. I'm going out." Miao Yunxiao was pushed aside and watched as Gu Nianji walked towards the living room door. "Classmate Gu, you're being too stubborn. First come, first served. Who would want to live with you when you're so unreasonable?" Gu Nianji stopped in her tracks. She remembered seeing this classmate Miao in the elevator and thinking she was very quiet. So it was just an illusion. This classmate was too nitpicky. Gu Nianji was about to retort when her phone rang again. She quickly unlocked it. "Hu Xiao." Hu Xiaoheng's voice sounded from the phone. "Open the door." Gu Nianji smiled and quickly walked to the door. She opened it just in time to see Hu Xiaoheng walking over. "Hu Xiao, you're here." Gu Nianji looked at him and slowly smiled. She knew she shouldn't smile and should be more reserved. However, she couldn't control her facial expression. She was full of joy and as soon as she saw him, all her unhappiness disappeared. Hu Xiaoheng also relaxed when he saw Gu Nianji. He reached out to pat her head and asked dryly, "Have you had lunch?" "Not yet. I'm exhausted and starving. I don't want to eat." Gu Nianji opened the door to let Hu Xiaoheng in. She said, "I've received the mattress." "Thank you, Hu Xiao." Hu Xiaoheng nodded and glanced around the apartment. He happened to see Miao Yunxiao standing in front of Gu Nianji's door. Gu Nianji followed his gaze and her expression darkened. "Classmate Miao, is there something else? You're blocking my door." Miao Yunxiao hurriedly stepped aside and looked at Hu Xiaoheng with a flushed face. In a flash, she slipped back to her room. Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief and pulled Hu Xiaoheng's arm to her room. "Hu Xiao, this way." Hu Xiaoheng entered Gu Nianji's room and looked around. He saw the mattress by the wall and asked, "Why aren't you putting it on the bed? The bed hasn't been cleaned yet. Also, it's too heavy. I need to get a few classmates to help put it on the bed." Hu Xiaoheng looked at her and walked over. He bent down and picked up everything on her bed along with the bedding. He placed it on the double-seater sofa against the wall and lifted the mattress. The mattress that required a few delivery boys to lift earlier was easily lifted by Hu Xiaoheng and placed on her bed. Hu Xiaoheng carefully matched the four corners of the mattress for her and pressed hard to make sure the mattress was securely placed. He then said to Gu Nianji, "Try it and see how hard it is." He added, "The brand of this mattress is the one you're used to sleeping on." Previously, Fan Jian had mentioned that Gu Nianji's bed was a bit squeaky. At the time, Hu Xiaoheng had thought about getting her a new bed or she wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Gu Nianji was overjoyed. She stood in front of Hu Xiaoheng with a smile and spread her hands. "Thank you, Hu Xiaoheng. I only know how to sleep. I didn't know all the mattresses were the same brand." Hu Xiaoheng couldn't help smiling. He reached out and pulled Gu Nianji into his arms. It was the second watch. Where were the monthly votes for the relatives? Was there no more? There were also recommendation votes. 11 wax. Oh, n_n. Oh. Chapter 364. Hu Xiaoheng cupped Gu Nianji's small face, his thumb gently sliding over her smooth cheeks and slowly moving to her lips. She had been busy all morning and hadn't even had time to rest before Hu Xiaoheng arrived. Her face was naturally flushed after work, and her lips were a light pink. "No matter how much I try, your lip color is still on the lighter side." Hu Xiaoheng looked at Gu Nianji closely. "Do you want Chenlai to give you a good checkup when we have time?" Gu Nianji pried Hu Xiaoheng's hands and shook her head in his palm. "No need, I'm not sick. Lip color is something that varies from person to person. Some people are born lighter, while others are born thicker. To be honest, I prefer lips that are naturally lighter." "Why?" Hu Xiaoheng didn't understand. "Because it's easier to apply lipstick this way." Gu Nianji giggled. "The color of the lipstick is the same as the color of the lipstick. If the lip color is darker, the color of the lipstick won't show as easily." Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. "Really?" Gu Nianji giggled and nodded. The skin on the side of her face slid under Hu Xiaoheng's hand. She could feel the faint calluses on Hu Xiaoheng's palm and thumb. They were marks from holding a gun all year round. "Really?" Hu Xiaoheng's thumb slid over her lips. "Did you really put on lipstick?" "Yeah." Gu Nianji looked in the direction of the bathroom. Her makeup and skincare products were all on the bathroom counter. "I used YSL's It pink color today. It's a little red at first, but it fades over time. But the color is even better after it fades. It's a light pink, and it's very natural and moisturizing." Hu Xiaoheng absent-mindedly watched her moving lips open and close. Suddenly, he leaned down and kissed her lips. He stuck out the tip of his tongue and licked the edges of her lips, not missing a single inch. Then he pried open her lips and stuck his tongue inside. He hooked the tip of her tongue and moved it up and down. At the same time, his lips were tightly pressed against hers, constantly rubbing and sliding. Her legs could no longer support her weight, and she hung limply in Hu Xiaoheng's arms. Hu Xiaoheng picked her up and carried her horizontally. He placed her on the newly bought mattress and leaned over her. The mattress seemed to be unable to bear the weight of two people stacked on top of each other. It sunk inwards and sank heavily. Gu Nianji's chest was instantly filled with Hu Xiaoheng's weight. It was a little heavy, and her heart was beating very fast. Her arms wrapped around Hu Xiaoheng's neck and trembled slightly. Although she had been hugged and kissed by him before, it was the first time she was lying on the bed with him and being pressed down by him. She knew that this kind of intimacy was different from the hugs and kisses she used to have. Gu Nianji's hand slowly moved up from his neck. Her palm touched the hair on the back of Hu Xiaoheng's head. It was neither too long nor too short, but it was a little rough. She separated her fingers and sank them into the hair on the back of Hua Xiaoheng's head to gently stroke his scalp. Hua Xiaoheng only felt a piercing itch on his scalp. With his excellent self-control, he realized that the anti-seduction training in the past was like child's play compared to what he was doing now. It wasn't that his level wasn't high enough, but that he could already control many of his instinctive urges. The only difference for him now was whether or not he was tempted. If he wasn't tempted, he would be indifferent even if she stripped naked in front of him and did the most seductive erotic dance. He wouldn't even be bothered to look up. But in front of the woman he loved, even if she was dressed neatly, he couldn't suppress the urge to explode as long as she touched his hair. Hua Xiaoheng let out a rapid gasp and suppressed his urges. He pulled Gu Nianji's hands out of his hair and interlocked their fingers. His arms pressed against her arms, and his legs pressed against her legs. He placed her entire body under him. He was too strong. His arms were as hard as mountain rocks, and his hands were like iron pincers that held her hands so tightly that she couldn't move. Gu Nianji cried out quietly and tried to pull her hands out. Hua Xiaoheng simply turned around with her in his arms and laid down on the mattress. Gu Nianji became the superior and lay on top of him. The two of them were still hugging and kissing passionately. Hua Xiaoheng's hands no longer held her hands. Instead, he reached under her clothes and gently caressed them. Gu Nianji was also very engrossed in the kiss. She copied Hua Xiaoheng's actions and stuck the tip of her tongue between his lips. She curiously explored and danced with the tip of his tongue. After a while, Hua Xiaoheng turned around with her in his arms and pressed her under him again. His kisses slid down from her lips to her neck. Then he kissed her delicate collarbone. Her entire body seemed to have no bones and was unbelievably soft. Hua Xiaoheng felt himself getting even harder. He suddenly lifted her sweater and pushed up her bra. Then he lowered his head and bit the tender tip. "Don't bite." Gu Nianji panicked. "Be gentle," the tender tip tasted unexpectedly good. Hua Xiaoheng loved it so much that he hugged her waist and buried his head in her chest. Gu Nianji began to push his head. "Let go. Let go," her voice was almost sobbing. She couldn't describe the feeling. It wasn't uncomfortable, but she couldn't say she particularly liked it either. In short, it was a very strange feeling. As he sucked, an unfamiliar tide flowed through her body. It stimulated her pulse and her heart. Even her scalp seemed to be tingling. There was an indescribable feeling in her chest. It was like a flood that had been buried for many years and would erupt at the right opportunity. Both sides were wet from his sucking, and they were obviously much larger than before. She wanted to push him away, but when he sucked, she was drained of all her strength. She could only let him do whatever he wanted. When the tender tip was in Hua Xiaoheng's mouth, he never thought that there could be such a delicious thing in the world. It was indescribable. His teeth gently bit the edge and the tip of his tongue wrapped around it reluctantly. For a moment, Hua Xiaoheng completely lost his ability to sense the outside world. Only her existence was real. When he woke up, he was suddenly very vigilant. If this had happened during a mission, he would have been dead a long time ago. Gu Nianji seemed to have died once. When he let go of her, she was already limp on the mattress. Her hair was a mess, her cashmere sweater was pushed under her neck, and her bra was crooked to one side. Her chest was a mess. She vaguely thought that the quality of the mattress was really good. They had been messing around for so long without making a sound. Hua Xiaoheng pursed his lips and tried his best to control himself. He reached over to put on her bra. However, the buttons on the back couldn't be buttoned no matter how hard he tried. Seeing that the strap of the bra was about to dig into the flesh on her back, Hua Xiaoheng finally frowned. "How long has it been since you bought a bra?" Gu Nianji's mind was in a daze. She was still panting on the mattress and didn't hear Hua Xiaoheng clearly. It wasn't until Hua Xiaoheng picked her up and sat her on his lap. At the same time, his large hands went around her back to fasten the buttons of her bra that she slowly came to. Hua Xiaoheng buttoned it for her for a while but still couldn't do it. He asked again. Your bra is too small. Why don't you buy a bigger size? Gu Nianji was speechless. She had just changed into a brand new bra this morning. How could it not be buttoned? She fumbled around to her back and grasped the straps on both sides. She began to button it herself. It was just as Hua Xiaoheng had said. She couldn't button it no matter how hard she tried. There was still some distance between them, what the f*ck. She had grown so big in just half a day. Gu Nianji wanted to cry but had no tears. She released her hands and looked at Hua Xiaoheng. It's all your fault. It was fine this morning. Now it can't be fastened. Hua Xiaoheng looked down and glanced at her. He quietly looked away. You were already in the puberty stage. You shouldn't have bought a smaller bra. Still small. It's already AC. Gu Nianji cried out. I don't want AD. The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's lips curled. He pulled her up and deliberately teased her. Are you sure it's AC? I think it's an E. Gu Nianji was speechless. She glared at Hua Xiaoheng. Gu Nianji finally reacted. She asked in surprise, Hua Xiao, you know what AC, D, E is? Are you stupid? Hua Xiaoheng patted her head. Let's go. I'll take you to buy some bra and then we'll go for lunch. This was the first night watch. What about the relatives' monthly votes? Were there no more? There were also recommendation votes. Was the second night watch in the afternoon or at night? It was about 2 in the afternoon today. He understood that the relatives wanted to see the second night watch earlier. Mwah. Chapter 365. But I can't wear it now. Gu Nianji mumbled as she lowered her head and tried to button the back of her bra. After struggling with the bra for 5 minutes, she finally couldn't take it anymore and gave up. She looked up to see Hua Xiaoheng sitting on the small 2-seater sofa by the wall with one hand on the back of the sofa and one leg crossed. He watched with interest as she struggled with her bra. Gu Nianji tried to maintain a nonchalant expression as she turned around and walked to the closet to take out a sports bra. She calmly walked to the bathroom to change. Actually, her legs were already weak and she closed the door as soon as she entered the bathroom. She leaned against the door and gasped for air. Holding her head, she walked to the sink and looked at herself in the large mirror. She looked like a peach blossom. Her eyes were soft and watery, and her lips were red and swollen from the kisses. Thankfully, her lips weren't too thick, so even though they were swollen, they only appeared slightly swollen. It was like a small, meaty mouth that could be kissed at any time. It wasn't ugly, but it made her even sexier. Her heart skipped a beat as she quickly looked down to turn on the faucet to wash her face with cold water. She then applied skin care products and a light layer of foundation to hide the glow from underneath her skin. Coming out of the bathroom, Gu Nianji saw that her bed was already made. Hua Xiaoheng had taken all the blankets from her bed to change the mattress, but before he could make the bed again, the two of them were already rolling on the mattress. Gu Nianji couldn't help but laugh as she looked at the bed Hua Xiaoheng made for her. The sheets were pulled flat and the most prominent part was the quilt. It was folded like a standard tofu block. Hua Xiao, you're amazing. Not many people can fold this kind of tofu block like you do. Gu Nianji picked up her bucket bag and slung it over her shoulder. Don't you have work to do today? Hua Xiaoheng stood up to straighten his clothes and said expressionlessly, I had a meeting this morning and it's already over. I don't have anything else to do today. Gu Nianji took his arm. Then let's go eat first. I'm hungry. You said you were too hungry just now, so I thought you really didn't want to eat. Hua Xiaoheng pinched her face. Let's go, I'll take you to eat something good first, then we'll go buy some underwear. Gu Nianji smiled as she followed Hua Xiaoheng out of the room. As soon as they came out, the door to the other room also opened. Miao Yunxiao stood at the door and looked at Gu Nianji suspiciously, then at Hua Xiaoheng. Her eyes finally fell on Gu Nianji's wrist that was wrapped around Hua Xiaoheng's arm. There was a wristwatch that looked familiar to her. Gu Nianji's smile faded as she nodded politely to Miao Yunxiao and pushed Hua Xiaoheng towards the door. Hua Xiaoheng also glanced at Miao Yunxiao but didn't say anything as he led Gu Nianji out. Miao Yunxiao stared at their backs for a while before going back into the house with a heavy expression. Hua Xiaoheng took Gu Nianji to Sion Plaza to buy lingerie and have lunch there. For lunch, they went to Jiulo Fengwei restaurant, which they had visited on the second day of Christmas. The owner of the restaurant was Xue Jingjiang, Hua Xiaoheng's childhood friend. They had called him on the way before they left. Xue Jingjiang had been attending to guests from Barbados at home when he suddenly got a call from Hua Xiaoheng saying they were going to Jiulo Fengwei restaurant for lunch. He quickly told the guests to help themselves and that he would be back soon. He drove to the restaurant before Hua Xiaoheng and asked the chef, "Do you still have a Buddha jumps over the wall?" "The Buddha jumps over the wall, you prepared for the new year. I remember you usually keep some until the 15th of the Lunar New Year, right? Also, from the New Year to the 15th, we provide 15 servings of Buddha jumps over the wall to our customers every day. We don't have any more when we sell them out." The restaurant manager was very attentive to Xue Jingjiang, "But we still keep 2 to 3 servings every day, just in case something unexpected happens." "Yes, you guys did very well. Remember to send it to the best private room today. I'll go see for myself later. He's my childhood friend, so make sure you treat him well." Xue Jingjiang gave a few instructions before going to the private room to prepare. When Hua Xiaoheng arrived, the table was already covered with food. In the middle of the table was an antique jar filled with the delicious stew of Buddha jumps over the wall. "Hua Xiao, you're here. This is Sister Nianji, right? I haven't seen you for a few days and you've grown even more beautiful." Xue Jingjiang greeted them warmly and pulled out chairs for Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji to sit down. Gu Nianji quickly said, "Thank you, Brother Xue. You're too kind. We're just here for lunch. You made such a big scene that we're embarrassed to eat." Hua Xiaoheng gave a half smile as he sat down beside Gu Nianji. "You're being too polite." Xue Jingjiang picked up a bottle of red wine and poured Hua Xiaoheng a small glass. He asked Gu Nianji, "Sister Nianji, do you still want milk?" He still remembered the last time Gu Nianji was here, Hua Xiaoheng had ordered warm milk for her. Gu Nianji also wanted some warm milk. She had been starving today and needed to rest before eating. "Sure, warm milk is very comfortable." She thanked Xue Jingjiang with a smile. Xue Jingjiang ordered someone to bring her warm milk and said to Hua Xiaoheng, "We have guests today, but I heard that Hua Xiao is coming for lunch. Even the Emperor of Heaven has to wait, so I left them at home and came to entertain you first. You're being too polite with me. Do you still want to be friends?" Hua Xiaoheng smiled and patted Xue Jingjiang on the shoulder. "Okay, you can go back now. We still have to go shopping after lunch, so we won't be staying long." "Okay, I'll be going now. I've made some progress on what I told you last time. When are you free so we can discuss it again?" Xue Jingjiang said warmly. Hua Xiaoheng knew that Xue Jingjiang had been doing business with the Gu Corporation in Barbados and that there had been some hiccups. Now that the matter had been resolved, he was relieved. "Okay, call little Zay when you're free. He'll arrange a time." "Okay." Xue Jingjiang gave him a nondescript military salute and walked away with a smile. As soon as he left, the private room fell silent. Gu Nianji giggled. That man is so noisy. He's as loud as an army. That's what boots are like. They love to be rowdy. Hu Xiaoheng called Xue Jingjiang by his nickname as he served her a bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall soup. After a while, the milk arrived. Gu Nianji drank half of it in one gulp. She had been drinking so quickly that her upper lip was covered in white froth. Her entire body seemed to exude a milky scent. Hu Xiaoheng was serving her rice when he turned around to see her. His chest tightened and he put down the bowl. Without thinking, he hugged her and lowered his head to kiss her lips. He licked the froth clean off her upper lip. You still smell of your mother's milk. Hu Xiaoheng teased as he kissed her cheek again. Gu Nianji's face flushed. She said sheepishly, You said I'm still wet behind the ears. I won't let you kiss me anymore. You won't let me kiss you. Then what should I do? Hu Xiaoheng looked thoughtful as he reached out to stroke her hair. What do you want to do? Gu Nianji suddenly became nervous. What if Hu Xiaoheng said he would kiss someone else if she didn't let him kiss her? She didn't want to get caught in her own trap. She also didn't want him to kiss someone else. Unexpectedly, Hu Xiaoheng moved closer and brought the side of his face to her lips. I don't mind you being wet behind the ears. I'll let you kiss me. Chapter 366. Hu Xiaoheng's handsome profile appeared in front of her. He was so close that Gu Nianji couldn't help moving closer and kissing the side of Hu Xiaoheng's face. She smiled and whispered in his ear. That's right. If I ignore you, you can always talk to me. I'll spoil you. Hu Xiaoheng laughed and caressed her hair. I don't have the time to coax people. It's best if you can figure it out yourself. Of course I know. Gu Nianji giggled as she picked food for Hu Xiaoheng. I was just saying. If you really ignore me, I'll cry in front of you. Yeah, I've seen it a long time ago. Hu Xiaoheng calmly ate a mouthful of food. You followed me everywhere I went. When I told you to go back to your room to sleep at night, you actually quietly got up and sat by my door to sleep against the wall for the whole night. At that time, Gu Nianji was still a scared little girl. In her panic, she only trusted Hu Xiaoheng and treated him as her last hope. Hu Xiaoheng wasn't someone who had the patience to deal with children, but Gu Nianji made an exception. I was young and didn't know any better. Please forgive me, Hu Xiao. Gu Nianji said as she poured Hu Xiaoheng a glass of red wine. Here, Hu Xiao, a toast to you. Hu Xiaoheng accepted the glass and took a sip. He glanced at her casually, his handsome eyes filled with indescribable flirtatiousness. Gu Nianji's heart almost stopped. Hurry up and eat. Don't just stand there. We still have to go shopping after eating. Hu Xiaoheng pointed to the bowl in front of her. It'll get cold if you don't eat now. Gu Nianji nodded and picked up her chopsticks to eat. They didn't talk much during the meal. The private room was very quiet, almost as if there was no one there. Gu Nianji's eating etiquette was personally taught by Hu Xiaoheng. They even held their chopsticks in the same way. Occasionally, they would use serving chopsticks and spoons to help each other get food or a bowl of soup. It actually felt like the years were peaceful. After the meal, the waiter took the food away and brought a fruit basket. Gu Nianji saw a large bunch of purple grapes and reached out to put one in her mouth. She squinted her eyes. So sweet, too sweet. Hu Xiaoheng propped his head on his hand and sat next to her, watching her eat the fruit. There was a cup of tea in front of him. Gu Nianji ate too before remembering Hu Xiaoheng. She plucked a large one for him. Do you want some? Hu Xiaoheng smiled and shook his head. This one isn't good. I don't like it. Look for another one. Not good. Gu Nianji looked at the grape. The skin wasn't broken, it was round and big, and it had been washed clean. Why wasn't it good? She put it in her mouth and it was still as sweet as before. The sugar was too heavy, but she liked it. After eating the grape, she picked grapes from the fruit basket for Hu Xiaoheng. No matter how she picked, Hu Xiaoheng couldn't say anything. What kind do you want? Gu Nianji was exasperated. I always pick the biggest and purplest ones. They taste the best. Who said that? Hu Xiaoheng leaned over and rummaged through the fruit platter for a while. Finally, he picked out the smallest grape. It wasn't that purple and seemed to be unripe. It had a light pink tint to it. He twirled the small grape around and looked at it for a long time before saying dryly, "This one's not bad, but it's not exquisite enough. The color isn't pretty either." Gu Nianji didn't understand. What's so good about this grape? It's small and pink, and it's obviously not ripe yet. It's definitely not sweet. This one isn't very good. Hu Xiaoheng put it in his mouth as he spoke. He looked at Gu Nianji with the grape in his mouth and mumbled, "I've eaten better ones." His eyes glanced at Gu Nianji's bulging chest, then he slowly swallowed the grape. Gu Nianji finally understood what Hu Xiaoheng meant. Her little face instantly turned red, but she didn't want to make a fuss. She pretended not to care and continued to eat the fruit. However, she refused to eat the grape no matter what. Hu Xiaoheng looked at her with a smile. He put one hand on the back of the chair behind her and deliberately asked her, "Are the grapes not good? You ate a lot just now." "Yeah, it's too sweet. I can't stop myself," Gu Nianji said dryly. Her cheeks were as red as fire. Gu Nianji liked to talk non-stop when she was nervous. She didn't even know what she was talking about. Anyway, she started talking from when she was with Hu Xiaoheng 6 years ago until now. Hu Xiaoheng's head hurt from listening to her. He leaned back in the chair and stretched his legs. "You're so talkative today. Because I want you to gag me. Use here." Gu Nianji reached out her index finger and tapped Hu Xiaoheng's lips. "Didn't you want to flirt?" Who's afraid of who? Gu Nianji was pleased with herself. She thought she had stunned Hu Xiaoheng. Every time she flirted with him, he would flirt back. It was the kind of flirting that made her weak and helpless. Hu Xiaoheng raised his eyebrows. In your dreams, he looked in the fruit basket and found a large, long, and thick banana. He slowly peeled the skin and brought it to her mouth. "Use this to gag you." Gu Nianji quite liked eating bananas. She happily opened her mouth and took a bite. Hu Xiaoheng looked down to see the big bite of the banana. He seemed to remember something and immediately snatched the banana away. He threw it into the trash can and stood up. "Finished eating. Let's go if you're done." Gu Nianji regretfully looked at the banana in the trash can. She shook her head. "What a waste. What a waste. Hu Xiao, why did you throw the banana away? You think it's a pity." Hu Xiaoheng saw that the little girl didn't know her place and still wanted to discuss eating bananas with him. He bent down and whispered in her ear, "You like eating bananas?" "Yeah, I really like it." Gu Nianji nodded. "Look at that banana. It's big, yellow, thick, and long. It's also very sweet. You actually threw it away. What a waste." "Really?" Hu Xiaoheng smiled. Seeing that she didn't understand what he meant, he didn't want to lead her astray now. He didn't say anything else and opened the door to leave. The waiter at the door quickly nodded and bowed to him. "Take care, sir." Hu Xiaoheng raised his hand and gave him a bill as a tip, then politely thanked him. Gu Nianji followed him out and also thanked the waiter at the door. The two of them left Jolo Fengyu in Sion Square one after the other and went to the famous stores on the 8th floor. Gu Nianji was used to wearing underwear from foreign brands. It was easy to recognize, but the size wasn't right. She had to choose a bigger size. She stood in front of the lingerie rack and frowned. Finally, she picked 2 styles and 2 sizes. She wanted to try them on in the changing room. Hua Xiaoheng stopped her. I bought them all. Don't try them here. But only one of these 2 sizes will fit. Gu Nianji hesitantly looked at the rack. Why don't we try them on before buying? I said not to try them here. Hua Xiaoheng was a bit displeased. You're not listening. Fine. You're so handsome, I'll listen to you. Gu Nianji muttered and took the 8 bras to pay. Hua Xiaoheng handed her a card. Use this. How can I use your card to buy lingerie? Gu Nianji actually felt a bit guilty when she said this. Her own card was actually Hua Xiaoheng paying off his card, so was there any point in denying it? Hua Xiaoheng smiled. It's a man's honor to buy lingerie for his girlfriend. His words were so sweet. Not only did Gu Nianji's ears melt, even her heart melted. She no longer resisted and took the card from Hua Xiaoheng in a daze to pay. It was already 3 p.m. by the time they finished shopping. Hua Xiaoheng received a call from the base as soon as they got in the car. He listened intently for a while and nodded. I'll be back soon. You guys continue. Gu Nianji knew Hua Xiaoheng was busy again. She said considerately, if you're busy, why don't I take a taxi back? You can go first. Hua Xiaoheng pulled her into the car. I still have time to take you back. Let's go first. They didn't speak in the car. One of Hua Xiaoheng's orderlies was driving in front and also didn't dare to breathe loudly. Usually, Fan Jian was Hua Xiaoheng's personal driver, but today, Hua Xiaoheng had decided to come to Gu Nianji's place at the last minute, so Fan Jian didn't come along. After they got out of the car, Hua Xiaoheng walked her to her dorm and said, I ordered a car for you. I've already sent the model to your email. See which color you like. It was another surprise. Gu Nianji held Hua Xiaoheng's hand and looked up with a smile. Is this a gift for the start of school? I'm so happy today. Yes. Hua Xiaoheng replied calmly, the car is custom-made. You can choose it, and it will be shipped from abroad in 2 days. Hua Xiao, you're too good to me. I have no way to repay you, so I can only devote myself to you. Do you want it or not? Gu Nianji held his hand and tilted her head with a smile. Hua Xiaoheng was about to speak when the door behind Gu Nianji opened with a bang. Her roommate, Miao Yunxiao, saw them standing at the door and hesitated before asking, Are you guys coming in? Gu Nianji looked at Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng patted Gu Nianji's shoulder. Go in. Wait for my call tonight. This was the first night watch. What about the monthly votes for my friends? That's all. I still have recommendation votes. The second night watch is still 7 p.m. I've been sleeping at 2 or 3 in the morning for the past 2 days. I can't take it anymore. Mwah. Oh, N_N. Oh. You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.